Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 25th, 2021 City Council special meeting pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code. And at this time, we will call this to order. And could I get a roll call, Margaret?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay. We do have a quorum. All are present. So at this time, we are going to go to item 1, a City Council workshop on the midterm operating budget that includes the taking of public comments and obtaining City Council guidance in anticipation of final budget consideration on June 22nd, 2021. At this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn it to Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have one participant with their hand up, Carolina Villaseca. I'll go ahead and call upon her now.
Good evening, City Council. I waded through the 900 pages of the stack, and I want to advocate for one. I want to make a comment on some others, and I also have a question. So I want to strongly advocate to give the library back the 16 hours. I don't consider these extra hours. These are hours that they need. The reason for this is that our public library, we only have one, provides tutoring programs for kids, literacy programs for adults, story time for emerging readers, programs for seniors, STEM programs to get kids interested in science, internet access for our Brentwood residents who don't have that, and many other programs that require staff hours. Also, this year, more than any other year, because of the rough school year that we had where teachers went above and beyond trying to get our kids educated, a lot of kids fell behind, and the library will be extremely important in terms of providing them a variety of books from which to pick to read during the summer. I don't know if you know, but most of the schools rely, a huge portion of their library budget is based on the scholastic book sales. So if you're Cray Elementary, your library has a lot of books. But if you're not Cray Elementary, where parents can't afford to buy a lot of scholastic books, then your library is not very well stocked. I will use Mary Casey Black's bilingual section as an example. The books look like they're 100 years old. So I would strongly urge you to consider giving back the library the 16 hours so we can get back the staff and be fully staffed and open those doors and welcome the residents back. Under economic development, there was an item, expand the beautifying program downtown for $121,000. I'm not sure what $121,000 gets you, and I'm not really sure why downtown is the only part of Brentwood that ever needs beautifying. But there are other parts of Brentwood that could use a little help. They're looking a little rough, and I think we need to take a better look at what's going on there. Marketing materials for specific industries, doesn't say which ones, and also a downtown Main Street organization. What about the rest of Brentwood businesses? Is this kind of like a chamber of commerce? I wasn't really sure what that was. So in summary, I would strongly advocate for giving the 16 hours back to the library, and also these other 3 items, not clear what they were. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you, Margaret. This time, then, we will close public comments. Move to item 3, staff report. Christine Andrews and Carrie Breen. There will be opportunities throughout the presentation for council questions and guidance. So at this time, I will turn it to Christine and Carrie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight's workshop is being held to provide an update on the fiscal condition of the city and to seek the City Council's direction on several budget topics. Tonight, staff will provide an overview of the American Rescue Plan Act funds the city will receive, along with an update on the 2-year and long-term general fund financial projections. Last spring, budget cuts were made to the operating budget as the city prepared for what was to be expected the severe economic impacts from the pandemic. Tonight, staff will also seek direction on Council's desire to restore these pandemic budget cuts. In addition, direction will be sought on restoring payments in accordance with the City Council pension paydown policy, along with a one-time pension payment next year. And finally, there will be a review of the fiscal year 21-22 midterm budget amendments being proposed for adoption at the June 22nd Council meeting. Please note that staff is not asking for anything to be adopted tonight. We are seeking direction for what to include in the June 22nd budget report and for guidance on the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Brentwood's allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act funds is about $6.9 million in federal money. This will be made in 2 payments. Actually, one payment was received today, and the second will be received in about a year. All rescue plan funds must be spent or encumbered no later than December 31st, 2024, and all encumbered funds must be spent by December 31st, 2026. Allowable uses of the funds include response to the public health emergency or economic harm resulting from the public health emergency. And this can include assistance to small businesses and impacted industries. Additional use categories include premium pay for certain essential workers, replacement of city revenue losses due to the pandemic impact, and infrastructure for certain water, wastewater, and broadband projects. And several potential uses are being vetted by staff, including potential uses identified by the City Council and other community benefit projects. However, interim guidance on the use of funds was released by the U.S. Treasury Department just 2 weeks ago. The guidance is still being reviewed and verified. An updated guidance, which will address additional questions, is expected in July. In an effort to ensure compliance with spending restrictions and to ensure careful consideration of various potential uses, staff is recommending that the rescue plan funds be reserved and discussed in conjunction with the development of the next strategic plan in the fall of 2021. This would allow city priorities to be better coordinated through the strategic planning process. Of the allowable uses, revenue replacement provides the most flexibility of use, and staff is recommending that this use be prioritized. Any funds allocated to this category become eligible for use in the provision of governmental services. The amount of revenue replacement is calculated in December of each year between 2020 and 2023. Staff is in the process of determining the amount of revenue loss which may be claimed by the city as of the December 2020 measurement date, and will attempt to estimate future potential amounts in an effort to assist in the decision-making process. And at this point, I would like to pause and address any questions that the council may have about the American Rescue Plan Act funds and to seek direction regarding the recommendation that staff has to reserve the plan funds for discussion at the Fall 21 Strategic Planning Workshop.
Are there any council questions at this time? for Christine?
No questions, but I think it's smart to wait until the fall. Just considering what's happened before, we wouldn't want to have to spend it and then have to pay it back if we spent it erroneously. So more details would be great. So fall sounds great.
Councilmember Barreri?
I would have to agree with that. Wait till the fall.
Councilmember Meyer?
Just wanted to say I agree. Same thing.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, same thing, Mayor. I agree.
Thanks. I also agree. Christine, if that helps, you have a unanimous we agree.
I really appreciate that, and I know this is a little awkward in having to kind of get feedback from everybody. Normally we'd be together and you guys could all nod your heads or give me a thumbs up. So, you know, we'll just continue and just take our time through this and make sure we get all your direction. We will now move on to the city's financial condition, starting with the latest 2-year budget general fund projection. And the projected 2-year surplus is currently estimated to be $2.8 million and includes the funds that we need to maintain the 30% general fund reserve. This is an improvement over the projected surplus presented in January, which was $1.8 million. And the major factors contributing to the increase in the surplus are really sales tax, property tax, and other activity-based revenues performing much better than expected at the beginning of the pandemic. And this increase is combined with continued budget savings in the current fiscal year from some curtailed activities. Also playing a major role are significant budget expenditure reductions that were enacted as a result of the pandemic, which includes funding for the Parks Master Plan project, pavement management, and extra library hours. And if these types of expenditures are restored, the surplus would decrease. The original budget was developed in the spring of 2020 with the assumption that revenues would fall significantly during the pandemic. In fact, the original budget anticipated a 5% reduction in property values in 2021-22, and that's opposed by the strong housing market we're experiencing today. Also, sales tax is really beginning to rebound as the impacts of both the latest federal economic stimulus package along with the vaccination rollout have really increased projections over our original conservative estimates that we had adopted in the budget. Parks and recreation revenues are still coming in lower than originally budgeted as the pandemic restrictions on activities lasted months longer than we originally anticipated going into the budget. And this surplus provides one-time funds that could be used to restore pandemic cuts or reserved for future city council priorities. In addition, staff prepares a 10-year general fund fiscal model based on the most current financial information available. And staff has updated the model with current financial data, including all the proposed midterm budget adjustments. The updated model also includes the cost of the Fifth Beat strategic initiative, which was restored by the City Council at the January 21 mid-year budget review. And the first 2 years of the Fifth Beat operation and startup costs are covered by an existing $2.5 million general fund reserve that was set aside by Council in fiscal year 1920. And as a result, the general fund ongoing surplus is greatly reduced in 22-23 when those Fifth Beat expenses hit after the reserve. By that time, the updated model projects a minor ongoing surplus with an average annual surplus of about $200,000 per year over the later years of the model. This projection does not include the restoration of any budget cuts made prior to the pandemic, like the extra library hours and reduction in pavement management. Should these ongoing costs be restored, the fiscal model projections would still be slightly improved from pre-pandemic projections. The Budget Stabilization Fund really plays a key role in balancing the city's forecast, and this fund consists of prior years' general fund savings and was established to be drawn down over time to offset rising pension and retiree medical costs. Well, these costs will come down over time, resulting in a balanced budget in the long-term forecast, and will eliminate the need for the Budget Stabilization Fund transfers to the general fund. And for this reason, the city's intermediate-term forecasts have typically relied on measured annual draws of between $500,000 and $750,000 per year from the Budget Stabilization Fund to kind of cover these projected deficits. This chart illustrates the long-term cost savings we can expect in the next decade and why we're comfortable with relying on the Budget Stabilization Fund over the short to intermediate term. As a result of fiscally strong policies, including ramping up retiree medical pre-funding over the past decade, along with several supplemental pension paydowns, the city really now finds itself with a projected pension and retiree medical costs over the next decade that escalate at an average of only 2% per year and actually begin to decline in the following decade. The combination of these strong fiscal policies and early implementation of pension and retiree medical benefit reforms a decade ago will put the city in a solid financial position after build-out. In a few slides, we will propose additional actions to further reduce unfunded liabilities and secure Brentwood's financial future. Just to summarize, there is a $2.8 million in one-time funds available through June of 22, and ongoing funds available from 22-23 through the 10-year period of about $200,000 per year, plus the fiscally sustainable draw from the Budget Stabilization Fund of $500,000 to $750,000 per year for ongoing costs. Since the adoption of the operating budget in June of last year, staff has kept a list of the pandemic budget cuts and committed to bringing them back to the City Council should the financial condition of the city improve and warrant their consideration. Tonight, staff is seeking direction from Council about which items, if any, are a priority for restoration, or if the funds should be set aside and reserved for other council-desired projects or programs to be considered in the strategic planning process in the fall. I'm going to now present a list of the pandemic budget cuts I'll be reviewing in the upcoming slides. And as we review each item, I will provide a cost for each restoration and also pause for questions on the specific items. And we have staff available for detailed questions, anything that I can't answer. And once I have covered all of the cuts, I want to provide you a summary slide that would include all the items and the costs, and then seek council direction on individual items or groups of items or as a whole that you'd like to restore into the budget, kind of seeing the whole menu of items together. So the items are divided into three categories. One is for restoration of budgets that would be one-time costs from the current 2-year surplus and include parks master plan projects and strategic initiative budgets. The second category are items which will have an ongoing annual cost for which the 2-year surplus could be used in fiscal year 21-22, but have ongoing impacts in the 10-year fiscal model. This would include additional library hours and an additional funding for the pavement management program. Finally, the pension paydown would use a combination of a portion of the remaining 2-year surplus and existing funds in the Budget Stabilization Fund, with the effect of reducing the long-term operating costs of the city. Okay, the first pandemic cut to consider is the general fund portion of funding for the Parks Master Plan CIP projects that were identified in the prior strategic planning process. And these projects include constructing up to 6 pickleball courts at Creekside Park near the existing tennis courts, constructing fully operational restrooms at Guerin and Creekside Park, adding fencing to Sunset Park to facilitate opening the park for non-scheduled use, and finally, trail enhancements and expansion, which would include rest areas, maps, signage, water, and exercise stations. The total one-time cost to the general fund of these projects is $488,000, and I want to pause here to see if council has any questions or additional clarifying items they'd like to discuss.
Councilman.
Yeah, this is for the trail improvements. Where are these enhancements or trail expansions expected to be, and what really are they?
So I'm hoping Bruce or someone from Parks can answer those specific questions.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Yes, good question, Councilmember Rary. So regarding the trail improvements, so the specific areas for these improvements have not yet been identified, but we will be looking for areas of trails, of our community trails that are some of the most popular areas and areas where we can put in some of these improvements. So these improvements include a few exercise stations based on the funding that we have, so it's limited, so we can only do so much. Also, safety trail signage in certain areas and trail identification signage as well, mile markers and things like that. And in addition to that, using some funding to help promote our trails, identify popular trails and loops, to make it basically our trail use friendlier and safer. Some of the exercise stations, we recently put in some trails at Live Oak Park, or not trails, but exercise equipment at Live Oak Park, which is a new park in the Terrain development. That is an example of exercise equipment that could go along the trail. But we haven't identified, so we'll be looking at the areas, and for the signage, we'll be looking at areas to add additional signage for trail crossing areas where we interact with streets to make the trail safer.
Okay, and we also before had programming. We had the Parks Master Plan programs included increasing those hours at Sunset Park, since we'll be putting the fencing in there, and also adaptive recreation consulting services. Is there a reason why those haven't been put into this?
So the Sunset Park fencing funding that you see here is part of the opening of Sunset Park additional hours. So this piece of it is the piece that we need to do some improvements at the park. But that's what that item is about. That is opening Sunset Park. The adaptive recreation item, actually, we are already moving forward with that item based on earlier this year we had some, that was an agenda item that Councilmember Meyer brought forward. And so that's already moving forward.
Okay.
And actually we're getting close to going out with an RFQ for that particular project.
Okay. I do remember that. I just didn't know if we were going to be doing more than that. So, okay, thank you.
So, Member Meyer.
Thank you. My question was around the packet that we got and reviewing those documents. It says in here that the $30,000 for the Sunset Park fencing was not part of the capital improvement plan project, but on here it looks like it is, and I just wanted to have some clarification on that.
I can take that question. So we just had the CIP workshop, as you're aware, and so what we'll do is, if this moves forward, we'll take that project sheet that you see in the agenda packet, and we'll bring it for amending the CIP in June. So because we didn't have direction before today about whether that was a project we wanted in the CIP book that was brought to you last month, we wanted to kind of give you the full financial picture, gather all of our information, and then get your direction. So if you want to move forward, we can amend that CIP book at any time. So if you give direction that 3 of these projects are to move forward, then in June we'll come with the budget staff report, and those project sheets will be included in that staff report and adopted by council if that's your direction. So the capital improvement program is once a year, but it can be amended at any time. Projects can be added at any time during the fiscal year through council action. Did that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Christine, I do have a question for clarification for our residents that were not able to peruse the documents with this information. And the park restrooms, could you give some clarification, or staff, as to which parks are going to get that and what those restrooms are going to be like?
I think
yes.
Bruce, I'm sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
Yes, Mayor, I can provide some clarification. So that is looking at restroom facilities to be put in at Creekside Park and at Guerin Park. These are 2 community parks that have been identified that have a lot of use and would be areas that we would put these restrooms. So it's basically those 2 parks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to staff currently from council? Okay, back to you, Christine.
Okay, thank you. Get where I'm supposed to be. Okay. Next are the pandemic cuts made to the strategic plan initiatives for human resources. And staff is seeking the restoration of a portion of the costs that were cut in the budget process. The Human Resources Department is seeking direction on the restoration of half of the budget amount cut for the internship and the employee career passport programs, and this would be a total of $43,000. And I'll pause again here for any questions.
Member Rary?
Yeah, actually, I've got it that in looking at the information in our report, it actually shows that there's an increase of almost double for the funding for the career passport and almost double for the internship program. So how is that not, how are you saying it's getting cut in half?
So what I'm saying is that originally pre-pandemic, the budgets were much, much larger. And so we're not asking for a full restoration of the amount. We're only asking for half of the amount that was cut. So I'm sorry if that was unclear. So if we were going to ask for the full restoration, it would have been double the amount that is being requested at this time.
Okay, I wish I had written down the amount that was in there, because I mean, that was my question, because it was actually twice, the amount being requested was twice as much in our report, if I'm reading this right.
So the current budget I'm seeing was, what's existing in the budget right now is about $36,000, and a requested increase, so the increase is around $43,000. It's going from a $36,000 for all of them to about 80, somewhere in there, just about a little over double. To double the existing budget, but we're not asking, we would, if to fully restore it, it would have been a lot more, a bigger increase, like $86,000 increase to go back to where we started from before the pandemic.
Okay, let me pull that page up so that. Sure. So you're not the requested budget. So when it's got the requested budget in there, it's actually what the original budget was. It's not what they are asking for at this time. Is that what you're saying? So the $79,832 is what was requested previously, and they are only asking for the $43,000 at this time, correct?
Not quite, and I'm sorry, this is a little tough. So we cut way back on the budget, and so we started the year with $36,000. If we wanted to get back to where we started from, the request would have been more like, $160,000 to get us back to where we started from. So what I'm trying to say is they're requesting their budget that they'd like to have for 21-22 would be a total of $79,000. It would be a $43,000 increase over where they're at right now, which is $36,000.
Okay, so that was when I see current budget, to me, that is what we had previously said we would do.
Okay. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I apologize if it was confusing.
Yeah, so to me, I was wondering, well, what has changed in these programs that we now need double the amount? So you guys had just went in there and unilaterally changed it down to a much lower number?
Yes, at the beginning of the year in relation to...
And the $80,000 was what they originally requested.
It's what they've requested to be at for 21-22 for the whole budget for the whole year would be the $79,000. That's where they want to be.
But is that what we approved before?
No, it was a much higher amount before.
It was a much higher amount before? Okay,
yes.
Those numbers would have been nice to see, because I'm looking at these numbers that you have here, and I'm like, whoa, what happened? How come there's so much of an increase here, and what are we getting for that, double the amount of money? So, okay, all right.
I'll note that for next time we're looking at something like this. So I apologize if it was confusing.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Member Meyer.
My question is for clarification of people watching the video later. I was hoping someone could get into a little bit of the career passport and succession planning and the best practices around that, and why in the long run that ends up being a good bang for our buck, the investment into that.
All right. I'm hoping that's Sipari. And
I think I saw her name on there.
Terrific.
Good evening, I should say, not good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, yes. Great. So in terms of the Career Passport program, I'll answer that question, and then I'll answer your question about succession planning. So in terms of the Career Passport, what that whole program is for is to look for and identify ways that we can help employees advance in their careers. So what we do is we work with employees where they are, and then determine and then they'll share with us where they'd like to be. We assess what that gap is, and then help them to get either that education or training that they will need, so that if a job becomes available in that field or in that particular job, that employee will be able to compete. Be able to compete for that job, and they will have what they need to compete. So before I move on to succession planning, do you have any other questions about the Career Passport, or do you?
Nope, that was great.
Okay,
thank you.
Perfect. All right. And then in terms of succession planning, that's still something that we're working on, and would like to have something more, I would say probably more streamlined and more sophisticated. We're not there yet because we're working through a lot of these things. But right now, what we're doing in terms of succession planning is where there's opportunities that present themselves where we can get employees with more training and get them up to speed to be able to compete for like their managers or their supervisors' job. We do what we can in that regard, but we don't have a formalized succession planning program in place. But those are some of the things that we're trying to do right now as we see and as those needs come up.
And I think if you could briefly mention, and I say this after having our meeting and learning some of this for myself the first time, and thinking that it would be information that people might find valuable, what it does for the city to not have to hire from the outside, and then also the safety and security of that institutional knowledge that people are building as they build their careers.
So very, very good points, and I think that there's two pieces to that. Yes, there is some value in the institutional knowledge and being able to grow your own from within the organization, but sometimes we're not able to do that. We're a very small organization. We may not be able to, people may not be able to promote up through these series or to the next level. So there's also opportunity when you bring in people from the outside too. You're able to bring in fresh, new ideas, creative ideas, and new ways of thinking so that you can help to continue to move the organization forward. So we look at kind of having a balance of both, so some succession planning. So yes, we maintain some of that institutional knowledge, but also making sure that we can still be open to bringing in new people and new ways of thinking.
Great, thank you. I know it's a little side trip for all of us, but I just thought it was worth everyone understanding that. Thank you, Sakari.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it looks like we might be ready to move on. So next are the pandemic cuts made to the strategic plan initiatives in the area of economic development. And staff is seeking the restoration of a portion of the costs that were cut in the budget process. The Economic Development Division is seeking restoration of $251,000 in Economic Development Initiative budgets and an increase of $190,000 for the Main Street America Initiative. The Economic Development Initiative programs would include $100,000 for implementation of the Downtown Parking Management Plan, $121,000 to expand the downtown beautification program, and $30,000 for marketing materials for specific industries that will include marketing materials for the Priority Area 1, also known as the Innovation Center at Brentwood. The $190,000 for the Main Street Initiative would complete the Main Street America accreditation process for the downtown area. The program standards require a full-time downtown manager and a physical office location for the accreditation to be complete. Funding is being requested to allow the hiring of an executive director by the Downtown Business Coalition at a cost of $50,000 for fiscal year 21-22, but it would come with a commitment of funding of $70,000 in both fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24. The location, cost, and funding for a physical office will be identified at a later time, and if necessary, approved by a separate council action. And the Main Street accreditation communities meet rigorous nationwide standards for downtown commercial and tourism districts, creating a mark of distinction for members and instilling confidence that a district will meet a high level of standards for economic development and also historical preservation. The program does provide access to member-only Main Street America grant funding opportunities, and the executive director will focus on downtown promotion, business-to-business and membership relations, events, district growth, and district maintenance. The position will also support the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and the City Council goals for revitalization and the economic vibrancy of downtown. And I'll pause here for questions on those initiatives.
Okay, a couple questions. Your total is 441. On the sheet that I have, it's 301.
So I'm hoping that my math, it would be the 301 first would be 21-22, and then we have another 140,000 that would be committed for the subsequent 2 years. So I wanted to include that in the total.
And that's the 2 years at 70,000.
Correct.
Okay.
So rounded to 441.
And I wasn't here when we did the parking management plan and beautification program for downtown. I requested, year over year spend on downtown, and we spend a lot of money on downtown. Are we doing anything in the other shopping centers like Lone Tree, Brentwood Boulevard, Balfour, equivalent to what we're doing downtown? Do we do anything? I mean, I know we did the awnings across town, but is there anything else we do across town?
I think that I'd have to turn this over to someone from economic development right now.
Okay.
Hopefully somebody will raise their hand.
I think Terrence just popped on.
I did.
Thanks, Terrence.
Councilmember Mendoza, we don't do direct activities for other commercial areas. We do focus. We have traditionally focused on the downtown. That's been an important element. Downtowns are a special place when it comes to communities. They have special challenges, and they also provide special opportunities, not just in terms of economic vitality, but perhaps more importantly, as sort of the soul of the community and part of the community identification. So it's not unusual for cities, and certainly and it's historically been Brentwood applying particular attention to the downtown because it helps to define not only the present but the past of the community.
Okay. I guess right now, because we're also looking at that director role, I would almost feel more comfortable waiting for the director role to take place and getting a reassessment of if we really need that, or is there? It's just a lot of money right now for downtown. When I've looked over the years, and we do a lot, and even in this last year we did a lot. So I'm hesitant on that one, considering that we're already giving them $64,000 plus $140,000, and it's all downtown specific. Now, the parking management plan, that's across the city, right?
No, it isn't. It's in the downtown area.
So that's only downtown as well? And
yes.
I don't know why, but I vaguely remember we wanted signs for, like, farms and stuff, like places to go. Downtown's not that big. Why do we need more signs? I feel like it's getting a little cluttered, especially with the awnings. Like, what else do we need?
Actually, our wayfinding downtown has serious deficiencies. People don't know where the parking is. If they're not familiar with the downtown, people don't know where particular areas are. And actually, there is a fair amount of clutter in the parking. What you want is for your wayfinding to not only direct people where they go, but to help to be an attractive element that helps to define the downtown. So you want your wayfinding to be part of the identification of the downtown, and that's the goal with the downtown wayfinding. We are working also with wayfinding for the UPIC and the farm stands, but that is a separate issue.
I think I would almost rather do the other one first and then this one second, but I don't even know if that's an option to talk about today because that's not in front of us today. Okay, thank you, Terrence.
Yes, and actually, I would want to point out that during the COVID emergency, we did spend $90,000 to help with outdoor dining in other parts of the community, not just downtown.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Rary?
He said under economic development initiatives, it talks about the beautification program for downtown, funds facade improvement grants, outdoor dining grants, and downtown decorative lighting. Okay, we've got the majority of those already. So what is this funding going to actually do?
Well, thank you for your question, Council Member. Unfortunately, the decorative lighting isn't a one-time expense. There's actually almost as much annual maintenance as there was for the original installation. So there's a lot of work that has to be done each year, or even twice a year. The lights have to be unwrapped and rewrapped to avoid girding the trees. The goal is to continue with the effort we have with banners and with the banner program, with murals, and to finally start a facade improvement grant. Those are things that would be initiated if this funding is restored.
And haven't we already done? We've done the facade improvement grants before, haven't we?
Correct, but there hasn't been any budget for it for some time. Okay.
And wouldn't this be something that we could even open up to Brentwood Boulevard instead of doing an LLAD, is provide facade grants for those businesses down there to improve the fronts of their businesses?
Absolutely. That isn't how the program was envisioned, but with council direction, we can certainly apply a facade improvement program citywide. It would be slightly different because in most facade improvements for commercial areas outside of downtown, it's not right abutting the public realm, but it's still there are ways to do it.
Okay. All right. And then you've got outdoor dining grants listed in there. Are we planning on doing more outdoor dining grants? I mean, didn't we cover the majority of downtown with the last one?
The expectation is there's businesses that are coming in and turning over, and that there'll be more desire for downtown for outdoor dining grants.
But wasn't some of the idea that if a business is turning over, that what we gave to those businesses for that was not to be taken with them as, I mean, it was to help the downtown for outdoor dining, not as a business to take it once they've sold their business or left their location.
Certainly, Councilmember, sorry for the confusion. I mean, you could have a change from a yoga studio to a restaurant, for example, and you could have other changes. I'm not talking about that there's a turnover so people would take their furniture. We certainly would make sure that's the case. We actually have 3 restaurants that are in process in the downtown area right now. 3 new restaurants that are in our process, and they may be interested in downtown outdoor dining. The outdoor dining that we've been able to do downtown really saved those businesses during the pandemic. The hard work was done by this and previous councils to have wide sidewalks and attractive outdoor. That really positioned Brentwood to be much more resilient than other commercial areas in this region, and in fact sort of led the way to our recovery, is leading the way to our recovery. So I'm a strong advocate for providing minimal city funding to help small businesses and help create an ambiance in the downtown.
So at our land use and development, the Main Street America came up before us, and one of the questions then was, what exactly does Main Street America do for our downtown area? And it was said, well, they have resources. So can you go into detail on what a Main Street America actually does for our downtown area?
Sure. A Main Street America program is by having first of all, being Main Street America puts you on a map. Literally, you're on a listing of Main Streets that meet a certain standard. So it's a certification process that helps to not only attract visitors but also to support grant funds of various types. So it really is first and foremost a certification process that indicates that you've done certain things. What the executive director of the Downtown Business Coalition would do for the city is to have really boots on the ground, organizing activities, organizing events, building community, strengthening community, and doing some of the things for the DBC that, frankly, they should be doing for themselves, and now our staff have to do that work. So this activity would free up economic development staff to do more of the bigger issues and bigger problems of retail attraction and dealing with problems around the whole community, rather than the sort of hand-holding this business group through the process. So it's basically a process where the DBC sort of steps forward and becomes an independent functioning entity. And the intention here is this 3 years of funding would provide the seed boost that allows them to take over these activities, and instead of it being only staff driven.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Romeyer.
Thank you. This is for you too, Terrence. When it comes to the accreditation process and the director position, in reviewing some of the things that you're talking about, a lot of it was done by previous Brentwood neighborhood commissioners. It feels like it seemed like there was some overlap there, possibly some duplication of services and planning and that kind of thing. So I'm wondering if there's something that can be incorporated there. And I wonder if maybe it could even be started as a part-time position until we can figure out if BNC can be a partner in that. And the other thing is, I forgot what the other thing was. Start there.
Yeah, sure. Actually,
I'll come up with the rest.
Let's start at the beginning because you broke up right when you said something about a commission.
Oh, yes. I was talking about the Brentwood Neighborhood Commission.
Yes.
How in looking at this, the director position and the kind of functions, the other part of that was who the director would report to. Would that be the DBC itself, or would it be a city staff position? And how is that monitored, and how are measurables reviewed and all of that? And then if there is any duplication of the kinds of services and practices done by the director or by the Brentwood Neighborhood Commission, we've been talking about making the Neighborhood Commission a little bit more robust and kind of going over what it could be doing versus what it was, re-identifying it. Is there a way that we could incorporate some of those duties into this position and potentially even look at it doing part-time, or does it absolutely have to be full-time?
Okay, I understand your question now. Thank you. I missed the Neighborhood Commission part. The Neighborhood Commission does come up with policy direction and ideas in this area, but this director would be actually doing the work of organizing activities, organizing events, and in order to be accredited, it does need to be a full-time position. It is something that if at the end of the 3-year sort of trial, it turned out that it was better off to be a part-time position, that's something we could make happen. But to start with, we want to be able to get over the hurdle of getting to that accreditation, and then the DBC along with the City Council could decide what they want to do going forward. However, I do hope at the end of those 3 years there won't be any further council direction. This could be a self-sustaining activity, and then they can decide on their own. But there is overlap in sort of interest, but there really isn't overlap in terms of effort with the executive director, with the Brentwood Neighborhood Commission.
Okay, and then who would this person report to?
The person would report to the Downtown Business Coalition. Okay. Staff will be monitoring this activity, making sure that they're following the goals that the council has set. But the council is going to be setting very, very general goals, council and staff, not managing day to day. This person is not going to be a city employee with city benefits and the like. This person is a employee of the DBC with funding from the city going to support that.
So the funding from the city goes to support it. Does it cover things like insurance, pension, that sort of thing?
It does. That'll be paid by the DBC. We're reimbursing the DBC for the cost. We're not employing this person for the city.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Terrence, you still there? You're the man of the hour, Terrence.
The man of this half hour. Let's call it a half hour.
Okay. So, Terrence, is this somewhat similar to what the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce does in regards to supporting local businesses? And is this somewhat of an overlap of that? Or what do you think, Terrence?
Yeah, not exactly. The DBC members are often chamber members. The chamber members are citywide, and they work to promote business and provide assistance to businesses and training and marketing for the whole community. The DBC is more like a merchants association. It's a group of merchants and interested people who are focused on making the downtown someplace special. And frankly, we already have a very special downtown. We're looking to build upon that.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. My concern is a little bit of the same concern I think that Councilmember Mendoza had in regards to what are we doing for other shopping centers and other portions of the community. So my other question is that is this one-time funding, or is this going to be on an annual basis?
This funding is ongoing. However, it goes only as long as the council supports it. So except for the downtown, except for the executive director, we're not looking for funding beyond this budget cycle that doesn't create any long-term commitments. We do need a 3-year commitment for the executive director to be able to give them a leg up and give them a boost to get going.
So currently, what we're looking at right here is at least for 3 years.
For the executive director only. The other activities are only this budget cycle.
Okay, and that executive director will only focus on the downtown local businesses.
That is correct. We'll be working for that association to build community and to strengthen the business environment.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we have going to, and I know Councilmember Rary asked a lot of really good questions in regards to beautification program for downtown. Now, I know that you had mentioned we gave about $90,000 to other areas in Brentwood, not just to downtown. Are we going to continue that, or now is it the focus just going to be downtown? Obviously, it's downtown right here, but I think initially that was our focus, but we also then expanded to be able to address other portions of our community, right? So I guess my question is, are we going to open it up to the rest of the community as well, or is this also just for the downtown area?
The program, it makes those facilities eligible. However, we would need additional council funding. So if the council is interested in that, we could certainly work with finance and come back with a proposal to add funding to allow for this in other areas. So that's possible, but that's not what we'll be having this funding request.
So the funding request. So what we're seeing here, this dollar amount, is specifically just for downtown, and it's not to help or support any other businesses within the city of Brentwood.
With the exception of the marketing plan that was discussed, that is going to be more of a regional marketing to try to attract businesses that suit our workforce. With the exception of that,
I'm just talking about expanding the beautification program. Right,
that is downtown, and again, it's restoring funding. The intention is to restore funding that was in place prior to the pandemic. This isn't a new idea. But the executive director is a new commitment, but the other funding is restoring much of the money that was cut as a part of the pandemic response.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Mendoza.
So in regards to the director position, I think, when I look at the website for the Main Street America, they get 6 licenses. And if there's any way for the city to get one of the 6 licenses, because if there's all, we're helping pay for it. And if there's all of these great resources, it'd be great to be able to get one of the licenses and be able to use the resources that they have on their website and see how we can leverage that citywide. I don't know if that's an option. The other thing is, I know we had talked about where this person was going to sit. Right now we're going to find a place. I think it'd be great if this person worked closely with our city people and shared their findings. I just think that the more that our city learns about what they're learning about, we can help other areas in town. So number one, I don't know, we don't have to discuss that now, but out of the 6 licenses, it'd be great if someone in economic development could have one. And then 2, if we could have, I don't know if it's a monthly meeting with the city and this director, just to share best practices, that would be fantastic too. I mean, we are paying for the payroll, so it'd be great to be able to get some learnings from there.
Yes, just to amplify, I agree with both those points. And although in fact, I would expect that the city staff and this director would work together much more frequently than monthly. I can envision nearly daily contact with coordinating activities, at least at first. And certainly we'll look into the license issue. I would indicate that the Land Use and Development Committee did direct us to find a free or low cost housing option for this position, and we haven't yet determined that. But it's our hope that we can do that without any further funding. But if some funding is necessary, we'll bring it back to the council for their consideration.
Great, thank you, Terrence.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Terrence, but a city can have more than one area of town as a Main Street America. I believe our previous city manager had said in Escondido they actually had 3 Main Street America areas within their town.
That is correct.
So that
I'm not sure that. I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I'm not that familiar with the criteria, but my understanding is that the other areas don't have some of the criteria. But we can look into whether or not that's something we can expand.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez. Vice Mayor, you're muted.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I didn't put my hand down. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Mendoza. Okay, I do have a question, Terrence. Is
Sure.
there a geographical limitation? So here's the reason I'm asking. Several of the council members brought up this point, and I think it's an outstanding idea to expand, if possible, the Main Street America down to corridors that are funnel corridors into the downtown area. I know that when we were in the past working at the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, that was the entire idea, was to use the Brentwood Boulevard as a funnel down into downtown and allow the businesses on Brentwood Boulevard to participate in the ability to flow seamlessly into the downtown economic center. Is that something? How far can a Main Street go outside of a downtown Main Street America?
Yeah, I'm going to give you the lawyer's answer and say it depends. So, but that idea is something we can certainly look into as this program is implemented, and seeing how it can stretch up and down Brentwood Boulevard, and we can look into it. I can't say right now whether those areas would qualify or how defined the geographic area needs to be. But if I understand council's consensus is that we want to find a way to stretch this benefit across the city.
Yes, and also heading in the other direction as well, out to the Family Fun Center, also known as Harvest Park Bowl, and all of the components of the buildings out toward Guerin. I'd like to know how wide we can make the circle for being a downtown, taking advantage of this. And the second component of this question is, I know that our agricultural groups have long desired to have some representation in a permanent place downtown as well. Would this be something that they could partner with the Downtown Business Coalition and have this person represent some of those components of economic development?
Well, yes. This person's job is going to be to manage and build and grow the Downtown Business Coalition, but in Brentwood, interacting with the farm stands and with the harvest time is part of that job, in my opinion. So absolutely, they'd be working together and tying that all together.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are more questions of staff, I'll turn it back to Christine.
Okay, I'll move forward then. And we're moving on from pandemic one-time budget cuts to bring us to consider restoration of programs with ongoing cost commitments. So historically, the city has funded 21 additional library hours per week to supplement the 35 hours that was provided by the county for a total of 56 hours a week of service. The county recently announced that it will provide 40 hours a week of service, which is an additional 5 hours per week at no additional cost. The county has also provided 3 options for adding additional operating hours as follows. So option 1 is 6 extra hours for about $63,000. Option 2 is 12 additional hours, and these are weekly hours, at $106,000. And option 3 is 16 extra hours at $173,000. So I'm going to move forward, and I'll pop back to the dollars and hours, but each option has a standard schedule of operations which is provided by the county. And staff is seeking direction on the possibility of restoring some level of additional library hours. Due to incremental reopening and programming and facility use, the extra hours could begin on July 1, October 1st, or January 1st if desired. And again, I have up here standard 35. That should be standard 40 hours. I apologize for that typo. But this is kind of what the schedule would look like, and this is per the county contract. And again, I'm going to go back and go back to the dollar amounts, and then if there's questions or discussion, I can flip back and forth between those slides. Just to note that all of the optional schedules are closed on Sunday, so that is not an option for operation on Sunday. And the basic and plus 6 are closed on Monday, but every option has Saturday hours from 9 to 5 for weekend. So I just wanted to point that out. And so I'll pause here for any council questions or discussion.
Councilmember Rary?
Just a couple things, and it's first, can we do 2 of option 2, because it's only like $88,873 per extra hour versus the $10,823 per hour for the 16 and the $10,537 for the 6. And I know we can't, but I mean, if you look at it, it's cheaper to do the 12 hours per hour. And then the other, I mean, we were supposed to pay $346,000 for those 21 hours starting this year. I mean, if this was actually their rates, are we able to get a rebate for the last few years that we've been funding it at $120,000 extra a year is what we have been funding it at, based on what their hours are, or what their costs are. So have we been overcharged these past few years?
I don't really have a great answer for that question. I'm sorry. And fortunately, I guess unfortunately, we weren't in the last few years until last year. As we know, the library was closed. We had it at the community center. And in the last 3 fiscal years where we were operating, we were only providing like an extra 5 hours a month because we were in the community center. So I guess fortunately, in the last 3 to 4 years, we didn't actually end up spending as much. I mean, we did project that cost, and in the last fiscal year, full fiscal year of operation, we moved into the library, and it was quite expensive. But you are correct. This is exactly what the contract from the county lists, and I'm happy that we're getting the 5 extra hours for free. But in terms of their calculations, I'm sorry, I don't have transparency into that, and I'll turn it over to the city manager if he has any comments. But I can only vouch for my accounting.
We can certainly request additional information about why the costs are lower, but it's been my practice that when costs come down, you pay it and don't raise too much of a stink about it. I had lots of questions last year with the cost that there just didn't seem to be sufficient documentation on, but I've supposed that some of the employees at the time were on a higher wage scale and have since retired, and there's some newer employees there that maybe lower cost. The 5 additional hours also comes into play. So there's been a couple factors. Another factor could be that they're not operating at full capacity right now with full programming offerings, so that may play into it to some degree. I know with the new county librarian, they may have restructured hours and schedules and staffing models, so there could be a lot of variables involved.
Well, and that $120,000 difference includes the extra 5 hours. If I was to add that on to the $173,000, it's about $119,000 in there that we were paying. And I know that when they brought it up to us before, we were paying so much more than all the libraries around us. And it was like, why are we paying so much money for all those for those library hours when the other cities aren't? And this kind of makes sense now because we probably weren't supposed to be. Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at what the hours bring us again versus how much it cost us. If you bring that slide up so that, again, we can see how many hours it would give us.
This slide, Council?
The other one with the days of the week.
There we go. Okay.
So, okay.
And this was another change that they've recommended, is standardizing hours countywide throughout the whole system. And if we have these 3 options so that they can have some, again, standardization with their staffing models and how they schedule their staff.
So we lose 2 hours on Wednesday night and 2 hours on Thursday night if we went down to the 12 hours versus the 16. And other than that, there'd be no difference. And at 8,000 something annually per hour versus 10,000 something per hour annually.
And then if I may, just Mayor and Council, we have quite a bit more to cover in this workshop, so if we could make some quick decisions so we can get some direction and keep moving forward, that would be great.
Is it okay if I move forward to the next slide? Yes?
And while you're doing that, Councilmember Meyer had a question, and then Vice Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll try and make this quick. If you're asking questions of the library staff, I would like to know a little bit more about the virtual world that we're living in now, how some of that could be incorporated. I don't know if that means that the reduction of hours wouldn't be as significant if we're still able to get some of those resources that way. And as far as the staffing reconstruction that you've been talking about, we're not quite back at full capacity. So is this something we could do a limited version of hours now and then slowly ramp up to something once we're completely out of the pandemic?
They've instructed to me that they need a good 2 to 3 months to ramp up if we're going to say we're ready to go to extra hours, because they have to do some additional hires and training at that point. So the sooner we can give them some direction, if we want them to start July 1st or October 1st, and obviously as we get later into the year, the full expectation is there'll be more programming and more offerings, more capacity at the library.
And of course, once we're back in school full time, we're going to have parents who are not able to bring their kids in during daytime hours, so that's something else to consider. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So in the past, we were paying about $300,000 per year, or what was that again?
Yes, it was close to $300,000 for a full year of service at.
And that was for 21
hours. They only provided 35 at the time, so we were paying for those 5 additional hours, which we're getting now for free.
We're paying $320,000, and it was going to go up to $346,000 this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, I think, is the librarian on by any chance? I don't know if you want her to speak, because I mean, if we're going to make a decision, we want to make the best educated decision. So if she's on, maybe we can ask her the questions that you have. It's just a thought.
You have the local librarian as an attendee.
Yeah, I think maybe, some people don't see the need of a library, but like my understanding is they're used a lot different than they used to be used. I mean, they're used for books, but they're also used to get services from people. So I don't know if she wants to speak to that or not. That's, up to her. But I think they do fulfill a service, and I mean, I'm a strong proponent of libraries, so.
Yeah, I think let's get through the rest of the presentation, and then there will be a page where we'll give a summary of all of the decision points we need from you, and if there's additional questions about the library, we can see if she's available.
So as a part of the pandemic budget cuts, the funding for the Pavement Management Program, or PMP, was reduced. To maintain the pavement condition in the city, staff is recommending an increase of funding for PMP by an additional $400,000 per year, bringing the funding up to the pre-pandemic levels of about $2 million per year. And this will help maintain our pavement condition index at a level that will avoid costly repairs in the future. So I'll pause here if there's any questions about the program. Any questions? Okay. We are now ready to move into discussion regarding the paying down of our unfunded obligations. City Council budget and fiscal policy requires any general fund surplus at the end of the fiscal year be split between a transfer to the Budget Stabilization Fund and a payment toward unfunded pension or retiree medical obligations. This requirement was suspended when the pandemic hit in the spring of 2020 and remains on pause due to the declared emergency. Staff is recommending that the emergency pause be lifted and half of the surplus at the end of the current and future fiscal years be used to pay down pension obligations in accordance with council policy. If approved, staff would bring forward the amended budget and fiscal policy at a future council meeting to memorialize this restoration. In addition, staff is recommending an additional one-time lump sum payment of $2.5 million from budget stabilization to reduce the city's unfunded liabilities and reduce future pension costs. With the Budget Stabilization Fund projected to have sufficient funds to backfill the general fund as necessary over the coming decade, utilizing these funds to proactively address unfunded obligations will yield greater savings in the long term. Paying down these amounts would not be a new cost, but would serve to reduce the pension rates the city has to pay in the future. And by paying off the obligation now, the city will reduce interest costs on the unfunded obligations and free up funds in the coming years for other city services. This chart presents the estimated savings that would be achieved from a hypothetical $4 million prepayment. So that's $2.5 million from the Budget Stabilization Fund, $800,000 for the fair share from other funds, and about $700,000 as the general fund 50% of the annual surplus contribution. A $4 million contribution would generate $9 million in savings with full payback in cash achieved in 13 years. Staff is seeking direction regarding a $2.5 million contribution from the Budget Stabilization Fund to go towards reducing future pension expenses, along with the amounts necessary for the other benefiting funds to pay their fair share. If given direction, staff will include the budget for a one-time pension paydown in the June midterm operating budget staff report for consideration of approval. If there's any questions on this one. Okay. So at this point, I'd like to pause and now seek council's direction on the restoration of any of the pandemic budget cuts to the 21-22 operating budget and also the pension paydown plan. So this is our list of items with prices. and we can drill down into some of the backup for some of the larger numbers. But at this point, I'd like to just take whatever direction that council has consensus on the restoration of the cuts and also the pension pay down plan.
Councilmember.
Your pension pay down, I think that's awesome. I think we should do that. I mean, we pay back the $4 million by 2033, and then everything after that is just money. We're saving another $5 million. So I think that's kind of, I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer on the pension pay down. I feel good about a lot of this. The library hours, I would say 12, just because our rate of return is, like Karen was saying, I mean, Councilmember Murray was saying, the other two options are over 10,000 an hour, and the 12 hours is 8,873 an hour. So that seems like the most financially economical decision to make there. I am uncomfortable right now with parking management. I mean, if I'm ever looking for parking, I search parking on my phone, and it pops up all of the parking. If I'm looking for anything, I'm not comfortable with the signs, but that's just me. I would like to put the beautification on hold for a larger conversation, because there is so many other areas in town that need some help and need some love. So I would like to put that money on hold too, until we have a bigger conversation about overall Brentwood outside of the downtown. But the marketing makes sense. The director makes sense, especially if we can leverage some of his or her findings to use it throughout town, to help us throughout town. So I don't know what anyone else thinks about, the park stuff. I always love the parks. So anything parks, I think, is awesome, and we need to maintain them because we have amazing parks. I don't know what else you would. I don't know. Do you want to go through each one with each one of us? Is that how you do it?
I'm just, allowing you guys to have your discussion, and
okay.
Please, whatever's consensus on those items, that's what I'll bring forward in June and take your direction.
Yeah, I think the only things that I would be hesitant on would be the parking management and the beautification. Those are the ones that I'd be hesitant on.
Thank you. And Councilmember Mendoza, I think it's a good idea what you just did. Maybe we can go just council member by council member. It seems to work better that way. Councilmember Rare.
Yeah, I agree. Pension pay down, that's a no-brainer. Definitely do that. The 12 hours for the additional library hours. The pavement management program, we have to do it, or we're going to end up having roads that are in worse shape than they are, because it's just going to get worse each year if we don't keep up on that. I'm going to throw something out there that maybe the other council members might be interested in, is that $100,000 that was going to be for the downtown parking management. Use that for facade grants for the other part of the town. And then have the downtown beautification in there. Part of that downtown beautification are for the lighted trees. I think it was like $60,000 or $70,000 a year alone was for the lighted trees, and that was for just the upkeep of them. Human resources, yes, and I think that covers it.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I think that pension pay down, of course, like everybody else says, I think it's a no-brainer. I'll be honest, I support the library at 16 hours just because, we were paying at $300,000 at one time, so I support that at 16 hours. I just think that, we're getting a lot more for what we're paying. And then I'm actually okay with everything else. And I think that one of the things that Councilmember Rary mentioned, I think may be a good idea to look at in regards to the using that parking management plan and implementing that into the beautification program for downtown. Maybe looking at different areas to do that. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Agreed on everything, although I do believe the library would be better off with 12 based on the hourly cost. And I would be up for starting that right away, considering we are going to have kids starting school again in the summertime. And I'm sure once they can, using that facility quite a bit. I wasn't entirely clear on what Councilmember Rary meant by taking that money and using it town, citywide. I'd like a little bit more, if you don't mind, information on that. But I think pretty much everything else, it makes sense. I like the idea of the accreditation. I like the idea of the rest of of everything going on for the downtown, but I'm a little also confused on you were mentioning the trees. Are those trees going to suffer? Are they going to end up, dying if they don't get those lights removed? Like Terrence was saying something, it made me think that might be an issue. And then as far as the pavement management program, have we looked at what will happen if we don't do the regular maintenance and the regular upkeep and at previous levels? I mean, I'm looking at where we are now versus future our street grading, but I just was curious about that too. I pretty much agree with everything. I just was wanting more clarification on those two things. Thank you.
I'd be happy to, there was $100,000 that was supposed to go to the downtown parking management, I forget what it was called, but instead of putting the money towards that, taking that $100,000 and using that for facade grants for other parts of town instead, and not for the downtown area, and then keep the downtown beautification in there, because part of that beautification is the upkeep of the lighted trees in the downtown area. So I think it was like $60,000 or $70,000 a year just for the upkeep of those lighted trees. Not the trees, the lights.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. I would agree with that.
But I also think, if I can, with Councilmember, what Rary's saying is that, and then we don't, the question I'd asked Terrence was that money going to be able to be used in all parts of the community? And this money currently would be focused just on downtown. And I think what Councilmember Rary has mentioned is a good idea, because we wouldn't have to put any additional dollars into the budget. It'd already be there. We just recategorize it into the beautiful expanding the beautification program. But those $100,000 could now then be used for the rest of the community.
And I actually completely agree with that, Vice Mayor. I'm curious about the reclassification part of it. Do we have any restrictions around that? Would it have to be for a total, or can we just transfer everything over that way?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
One bucket, this is another bucket,
So
that's what I was wondering.
What we're talking about right now is general fund funded. So general fund monies can be expended at the pleasure of the council. So if you're saying, hold on the parking management and come back to us with a plan for facades in the rest of the city, then we can put a pin in that money and then have economic development come back with a way to administer those funds and establish that budget with that program.
Okay, so we're saying $100,000 for outside of downtown, and then 121 downtown. I mean, that would be good.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. To do some stuff outside.
Thank you for clarifying.
No problem.
Thank you, Christine.
I do have a question just for some clarification for myself. What exactly would happen with the downtown parking focus? What does that mean that we aren't currently going to be supporting, and is that something that we can move forward with as its own agenda later?
I'd ask Terrence for particulars on that. I think he talked about wayfinding signage, and I believe that there was a parking plan that was generated several years ago that had a plan that might include restriping and that kind of stuff that was prepared by a consultant. So hopefully Terrence can say with implementation of an existing plan?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we conducted a plan. This implements the plan. The plan is largely has to do with identifying and locating and signage for the existing parking. And we've already completed some projects to restripe to add parking. Most of this effort would be towards wayfinding and directing to existing signage. But the direct answer to your last question is yes. This is something you could look at in the future. There's nothing that would stop you from delay, as the council consensus seems to be, devoting this funding towards a facade improvement program citywide. We could bring this back to you at a future date, and maybe with more information about what's actually proposed. But yes, the council can move forward with a citywide facade improvement program and defer this to future action if that's what you desire.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have your hand up again, or is that from the floor?
I'm sorry about that. I keep forgetting.
Okay, so I will go down the list. I also agree with what everyone else has said. My only hesitancy was the full amount of hours available for the library. I understand that there's a $66,689 difference between the 12 hours and the additional hours, the full amount. My only concern and hesitancy really is those extra hours are on 2 evenings that are school nights. That would probably be the most heavily used evenings for families that need the resources. So doing without those hours could significantly impact some of the families that don't have any other way to get to those resources. And closing at 6 versus closing at 8, anyone that has to work a second job and get back and then take care of their kids and get them to the library, those 2 hours truly are irreplaceable. If it closes at 6, many families just don't have access to it at that time in the evening.
I have a question, Mayor.
One option could be, too, is if you wanted to start with some extra hours at 12 now, if we just give 3 to 4 months notice to the county, once you pilot this, we can certainly ramp up when we come back with mid-year in January if you want to extend those hours even further. I also reached out to the librarian to see if she wanted to speak and answer any other additional questions or clarify anything, and I didn't hear back, but she is available. At least she's an attendee if you'd like to ask her any direct questions.
Okay. Councilmember Mendoza?
No, I was going to say what Tim said. I would say, could we pilot the 12 hours? And then depending on the feedback we're getting from the library users, we can increase them if the demand is there. It's easier to move to add than to delete. So it would be, that would be my only thing. Let's see how it goes. And then if people really are asking for them, then let them bring it back, and we can go from there.
That works for me.
The only thing I don't know is if they were going to hire more of a full-time than a part-time person, if the 12 hours to 16 made a difference in who they were hiring and when. But that's for the county to kind of work through, I suppose.
And is there consensus on the start date? I did hear Councilmember Meyer advocate for a 7/1 start date versus an October 1st. Is there any other discussion on that?
I like starting in the summer too, when kids have nothing to do, and during summer they can go and go to the library.
Yeah, the schools start the end of July, beginning of August. So, and there is the reading program that you can read X amount of books during the summertime, and you get certain things if the library is still doing that. My youngest is 23, so they may not still be doing that program, but they used to love it. So.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Andrea has her hand up, so I don't know if we want to hear from Andrea.
Thank you. Yes, she's not on my screen, but yes. Thank you, Andrea. If you would like to speak, please do.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me okay. So Thank you. Great conversation. I think, Mayor Bryant, I think you said it well. It really is for those evening hours. Those tend to be the evening and the early mornings tend to be the most used hours in the library. And then, Tim, you also mentioned, too, it does involve additional staffing. So, for safety reasons, you have to have X amount of staff in the building at all times for safety and security of everyone involved. So as you increase hours for that time, you're increasing staffing level or the number of staff you have. I don't have those actual numbers. That's a better question for the county librarian, but that would involve hiring additional staff members, which allows us to do more programming as well, because you have to have I don't want to say the magical number online. I don't know if I should do that, but, we definitely don't want to go below that minimum of staffing levels, right? Because we want to keep everybody safe in the building at all times. So hopefully that helped. I can try to answer more specifically if you have a direct question.
Like there are no questions. So thank you, Andrea, for that. We appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Christine, for the library, it's listed under one-time funds, additional library hours, but realistically, we're doing this annually. We're not, this is in both the pavement management program as well, although each year we'll redo it during the budget. But the actual amount is $173,000, not $163,000. At least according to our agenda.
Okay, I probably have a mistyping there on the summary. So thank you for catching that. And we're going to do the middle. So it sounds like the 12 hours at 7/1. So I appreciate that. And I guess I'd like to just kind of say what I'm hearing, and I'm hearing a thumbs up to everything so far, with the exception of the parking management plan, 100,000, which will come back to you with a plan. Additional library hours, 12 hours per week, starting on July 1st, if at all possible. I did hear Council Member Meyer ask for some information on pavement PCI, the Pavement Condition Index. I know Mickey is on the line. He loves to talk about this. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but he can brag a little bit on our.
Honestly, Christine, it looks like I'm the only one with that question, and since we're running out of time, I'm absolutely fine with just deferring to what everyone else is supporting on this one.
Well, and this level of support will keep our pavement condition one of the most excellent in the Bay Area.
And I'm sure Mickey would love to brag, and I love to listen to Mickey's enthusiasm. But in the interest of time and taking a short break in between, I'll just defer. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And I do have a couple more slides to get through, so I appreciate that very much, your grace on that item. So I think I've captured that the thumbs up on everything, repurpose the parking management, and we have our decision on library, and I really appreciate the robust discussion on all those items. And now I'm just going to move forward here onto the last piece of the discussion, and this is not going to be as exciting as library hours or any of this fun stuff. So I'm going to go through it, two slides, one on the general fund and one on all other funds. These are adjustments for the 21-22 fiscal year, and I'd like to just run through them, and then if you guys have specific questions, you can take those at the end, because there was a lot of information in the memo on this. Okay. So every department reviewed their budgets and determined the funding needs for the upcoming year. And as I presented earlier, the impacts of these midterm budget requests for the general fund were included in the 2-year and 10-year forecast. The major amendments to the general fund include revenues, an increase in the budget for property tax of $2.5 million, and sales tax of $1 million. These increases are necessary as the original budget in 21-22 was set early in the pandemic and was very conservative, and as previously discussed, the conditions improved greatly from expectations. General fund expenditure adjustments include the first year startup and personnel costs for the fifth beat of $1.3 million, which we said before was offset by a general fund reserve set aside for this purpose. And in addition, all other expenditures in the general fund are requested are $800,000 and represent a 1.3% increase in budget from the prior year. And remember, that prior year budget was reduced quite a bit, because of the pandemic effects. So the other general fund expenditure increases are detailed in the memo, but I'm just going to kind of go through the list. So it's a cost for the city council redistricting process, salary for an intern at the city manager's office for community outreach and engagement, maintenance costs for repainting bridge overcrossings in the city's right-of-way in the Deer Ridge subdivision, estimated costs for a quarterly newsletter to the community, a contribution to stand.org for family crisis services, the cost one time of bicycles for implementing a police department bike patrol, the cost of a new traffic control installation vehicle, the roll forward of certain unspent strategic initiative budgets from the prior strategic plan, and a budget for a part-time assistant in the city clerk's division. General fund staffing additions have also been requested in the midterm budget, and to effectively serve the community and increase engagement, the police department is requesting the addition of one police officer position with a special assignment of community engagement officer. And this position will be offset by a reduction in staff of a currently vacant permanent part-time police liaison, equating to 1/2 of the position. And this change will be combined with some proposed additional job classifications for property and evidence technicians that will fill CSO vacancies to enhance overall operational efficiency. The budget requests also include the addition to staff of one building inspector, and the cost of this position will be fully offset by a reduction in outside contractual services costs, as inspections will be performed by staff as opposed to a contractor. And the net change altogether to the general fund from all of the proposed adjustments, both increase in revenue and increase in expenses, is a positive $1.7 million. The enterprise funds adjustments are the city's solid waste, water, wastewater, and city rental funds. And these enterprise funds revenue decrease of $362,000 being proposed is not a decrease in operational revenue. So it's a budgeted transfer from another fund that is no longer necessary. And this transfer was designed at the beginning of the pandemic to provide fiscal flexibility by returning each fund's portion of certain replacement fund reserves, excess reserves. As the fiscal impact of the pandemic was not as severe as projected, the transfer is no longer necessary and the funds will be retained in the replacement funds for future use. Expenditure increases in the enterprise funds are for one new utility billing staff person and 2 position reclassifications. The new position cost is being split among the solid waste, water, and wastewater funds, and is required because of a growth in city population and the corresponding increase in the accounts being serviced. So the cost of this position was included in the 5-year enterprise rate study, and there have been no increases in the utility billing staff since 2013, while population has increased by about 10,000 persons since that time. The total cost of the new position and reclassifications is $154,000 and is just under 0.3% of the expenditure budgets in these funds. All other fund adjustments are also detailed in the budget memo, and I'll briefly run through those adjustments. An increase in revenue and transfers out to the general fund of gas taxes of $167,000 is due to higher than projected gas consumption. An increase in community facilities district expenditures, which will go towards public safety. Changes to the water, roadways, parks and trails, wastewater, and community development impact fees, they all net to zero and are just reflective of a reallocation of administrative costs among the funds. An increase in the agricultural land fund expenditures of about $280,000 is to roll over unspent agricultural business program budget from last year to 21-22. An increase in expenditures of $225,000 in the Information Services Fund is for software licensing and other costs to improve the city's technology and efficiency. There's an increase in expenditures in the Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Fund. It's for the purchase of 2 solid waste trucks for $493,000 due to a change in the timing of replacement from future fiscal years to 21-22. And these replacements will fall within council policy for the expected life of these trucks. This increase is offset by a reduction in the planned transfer out of replacement reserves. An increase in the information systems replacement expenditures of $364,000 is for roll forward of expenditures that were planned in 2021 that could not be accomplished due to the workload increases that accompanied remote working and meeting support, along with additional budget requested for replacement equipment that is eligible on the replacement schedule. An increase in the fleet maintenance expenditures of $36,000 is being requested for a proposed position reclassification. The proposed increase in expenditures in the insurance fund of $159,000 is for increases in policy premium costs. Lastly, all other funds had adjustments related only to the transfer of replacement fund reserves discussed earlier. So I'm going to pause here. I just went through a word salad there. So if there's any particular questions on any of the budget adjustments that we're proposing to bring back to you in June, please let me know.
Sorry, my hand. Do you happen to have a roll-up and what is covered by enterprise funds? Like, where's all the money going for each bucket? Do you happen? That's where I get a little confused. Like, what's covered by enterprise? Is any of this general funds, or is it all enterprise funds?
So the slide for enterprise funds is really mainly water, wastewater, and solid waste operations. We have a couple other smaller, what are called enterprise funds related to our city rentals, our housing stock, and they're more of our business type funds. So that's one chunk. So the main material ones are water, wastewater, and solid waste, or utilities.
Okay.
Other funds are made up of special revenue and internal service funds. So there's quite a few, there's a range of other funds, special revenue being accounting for money that we can only spend in a restricted way. And then the information systems replacement, vehicle and equipment replacement, the fleet maintenance, these are all funds set up to service all kinds of citywide things, right? So the whole fleet of the city has its own fund to do the maintenance. So other funds are mainly special revenue and then funds set up for service to the city or replacement of city assets. So all these adjustments on this page are not general funds. The general fund is the prior slide only.
Okay.
Go back to.
That gets a little confusing for me is when I'm looking at them, like what bucket is the money coming from? I'm always curious about what bucket.
And the bucket for enterprise fund is funded by ratepayers. Again, that's why we have the rate study. The other funds either receive their revenue from a source like development impact fees, gas tax. They're from a particular source that can only be spent in a particular way. All of the internal service funds like fleet, facilities, that kind of thing, all the funds kind of contribute to the bucket, and then the services are provided throughout the city.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further hands up. Is there any more questions of staff before we move forward?
Okay. So finally, always, we have our budget watch items. So these are things that staff is monitoring, and we're going to include the latest information in future financial condition updates. And topics include the impact of drought conditions on the water enterprise. Any restriction on water use that may be coming can have an adverse impact on water enterprise revenues, and council will be updated as needed in the months to come on this developing issue. In addition, we've spoken to you several times about past due utility accounts that continue to run significantly higher than normal, and this is due to state-imposed restrictions on collection efforts. Currently, past due balances are about $700,000 higher than prior year at this time, and while the city is attempting to collect balances utilizing methods allowed by current regulation and has been proactively working with customers on payment arrangements and other assistance measures, it is likely the city will experience significant increases in uncollectible utility accounts and write-offs in subsequent fiscal years. It's not going to hit this year. It'll hit when our policy allows us to write those off if we can't collect them. We are also seeing continued strength in the housing market. However, this may be tested once eviction and rent moratoriums begin to expire. The willingness of large employers to continue to allow remote working may also play a key role in the strength of the local housing market. And state and federal stimulus actions, which have really helped maintain and increase sales tax revenue, will also begin to end. Staff will also monitor the CalPERS return on the pension investment portfolio, and given the continued strength in the equity markets, it appears that CalPERS is likely to exceed their 7% target for the current fiscal year. This would provide minor relief in future years on rate increases. With the city at an approximate 80% funded level, significant resources are still needed to achieve full funding, even with some assistance from CalPERS investment gains. And as discussed earlier, use of the budget stabilization funds could help pay this down while providing the city with reduced annual costs on a go-forward basis. The good news would more than be offset by another reduction in the CalPERS expected rate of future returns, also known as the discount rate. So should this occur, the city would be required to make up the difference for projected reduced investment earnings. And finally, the city is in labor negotiations with all of its employee bargaining units, and the fiscal model and operating budget include placeholders for labor costs, but final agreements could vary from these estimates. And I'm at my last slide. In conclusion, next steps will include incorporating all of the direction received tonight into the midterm budget adjustment staff report and actions to be presented for consideration on the June 22nd council meeting. And we'll continue to provide financial condition updates as economic conditions warrant. And there will be a full financial capacity analysis as part of the strategic planning process in the fall. And we'll be back to you also again with mid-year budget review in January of 2022. So this is the conclusion of my presentation. I thank you very much. And we're still available to answer any additional questions that you have. Really appreciate the attention and the input and your thoughtfulness on all the questions and comments.
Any questions? I don't see any hands raised. Thank you so much, Christine. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Mendoza.
No, I was just going to say thank you for all the hard work. I know a lot goes into that, so thank you.
Appreciate it.
So if there are no further questions of staff at this time, I would consider a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries
We are
unanimous.
adjourned. I'm sorry. Thank you, Margaret. Everyone be safe until we see each other again.
Is this the same sign-on this one? Okay.
Can we just stay on?
Yes, go ahead and just stay on. Just turn your cameras off until you're ready to come back for the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. This time we will call to order the May 25th, 2021 City of Brentwood City Council meeting at 7 p.m. It looks like we do have a quorum. Margaret, if you could give me a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. All are in attendance. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to our city clerk, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under informational reports on the consent calendar, and requests for future agenda items new request. Please save your comments for any other items on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you will have the opportunity to provide them. I received one written public comment on this item submitted prior to the meeting. A copy is shown on the presentation slide. The City Council has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and they will be made available on the Council's agenda page. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I will call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage comment, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I have one hand raised right now, and I will go ahead and unmute Carolina Villaseca.
Hello again, City Council. So glad to see your smiling faces. First, I want to thank all the City Council members I just had through the workshop, the budget workshop, and I was very grateful for all the comments and the information and the follow-ups. It's important when you're talking the amount of money on the table that it be spent thoughtfully with all of Brentwood in mind. Second, for consent items C2 and C4, I was just curious if there is a process by which we decide as a city if there's a bid process, or how does the city decide how to buy vehicles? I'm just really curious about that. And that's it. Thank you so much.
I see no additional hands raised at this time.
At this time, we will close public comments. I will, before we go further, if there's someone in staff that could address that question about the vehicles, if appropriate, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I can call on Mickey, who can just give a brief clarification about why and how the different policies work about which vehicles we end up purchasing and how we use them. So Mickey will join us in just a sec.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me start my video. Yeah, real quickly, yes, there is a competitive bid process we do for purchase of vehicles. Council does have a policy, or we do have a policy on replacement of vehicles. So when if vehicles reach either their extended lifetime or a certain mileage, we evaluate them. We obviously try to extend the life of vehicles if possible. We look at maintenance costs and regulatory requirements, but if we can't extend them, if their costs are too high, then we go ahead and replace the vehicles pursuant to our policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mickey. I appreciate that. At this time, then, we will move into the informational reports from council members, committees, and liaison staff. Let's begin with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. This last couple of weeks, I attended a few Cali meetings, again, regarding regarding land use. And every time we meet, we have either assembly person or a senator online. This time it was Senator Gabriel that came and we spoke to about city control and land use. Also attended the resident portion of that, which is Livable Cities, attended the Delta Gallery Artist Reception and spent some money on some art. I also went to the Camp Bow Wow opening this weekend because we do have a new puppy, so we're trying to find where we're going to be able to board Atlas, so I was glad to go there. I attended the Land Use and Development Committee meeting, met with Diane Brigis's office, and discussed with her a couple of things that are going around downtown. The hot topic is still the oil and gas drilling that's going on that they want to do outside of the Brentwood city limits. Attended the Municipal Green New Deal Symposium, heard some really cool stuff that other cities are doing on sustainability. That was really awesome. Attended a meeting with the Sunflower Alliance to review the oil and gas drills. Attended a Measure X meeting with where all the local fire agencies presented. And that is my report for the last couple weeks.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Constituent meetings about Sienna development, parking concerns, Deer Ridge conditions, the St. Anne's Village request for a school, and the potential for the city to adopt a climate action plan. Attended the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Amphitheater workshop. Measure X Community Advisory Board. I attended part of 2 meetings, had conflicts both nights, but got to do part of both of them. One of them was focused on seniors, disabled, and veterans, and the other one was on allotment of funds to the fire districts. The zoning ordinance open house Zoom, the California Association of Local Electeds. I also met with the representative from Supervisor Burgess's office. I attended the League of Cities, Mayors, and Council Members Roundtable. There was some discussion about the reopen process, and one of the things I found really interesting is that a lot of cities that are League members are hesitant to open and to allow council meetings back in chambers. Some of them are waiting till the end of the year. Some of them are requiring that either you wear a mask or you show a vaccine card. There are people putting up plexiglass in between council members. There's a lot of people that are very hesitant to just kind of blindly open the doors and let everyone come rushing in. So I think there was some interesting discussions there around what comfort levels are, really. I also attended the Bay Area Green New Deal meeting, got some great notes on that. I know Alexis was on that as well and shared some of her notes. San Jose is doing some really great things. The Camp Bow Wow ribbon cutting on behalf of Ziggy, and then also the first in-person Delta Gallery Artist Reception of the year, the spring one, and of course I also spent money on art. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Yes, since last time we met, I attended Solving Homeless in 2021, New Resources and Strategies to Impact Your Community, the Zoning Update Virtual Town Hall, Land Use and Development Committee meeting, a meeting with the City Attorney for a general update, meeting with the Chief of Police for a general update, coronavirus, state and local fiscal recovery funds, U.S. Department of the Treasury guidance, Measure X Community Advisory Board, and I spoke at that regarding why they should be spending money on funding all of what the fire department or fire departments, because this is all the fire chiefs across the county are asking for this funding, not just East County, but the majority of the funding they're asking is actually for East County. And the POW Golf Tournament Subcommittee meeting, and by the way, if anybody has any free time, I believe it's June 21st, all day long, they're looking for volunteers. Let me know if you're wanting to volunteer at this. It's at the Discovery Bay Country Club, and I'd be happy to hook you up with a day of volunteering. And that's all I have to report. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I had a meeting with one of our staff from our Richmond community, from the Richmond Community Department, met with them to learn more about some of the areas in Brentwood where we have some, how would you say, some rights and some opportunities to work with different portions of our community in regards to some issues, especially parking. I also met with our city attorney to discuss different items that we're discussing at the council to learn more about them. I also attended a Brentwood Rotary meeting. One of their keynote speaker was a program that was based out of, I think, Clayton, and it was focused on, human trafficking. So really good presentation that I was able to attend, and that's about it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I did conduct the interviews for the Library Commission applicants, and that information will come forward at our next council meeting. Also, I met with Sam Cagle of the League of Cities. I met with Supervisor Burgess. Also attended the Measure X Advisory Committee regarding the disbursement of fire protection funds for East Contra Costa, as well as I attended Community Service Officer Michelle Cady's retirement and celebration. And I want to thank Officer Cady for her outstanding involvement with our community over the years. And we're certainly going to wish her a great retirement, but also we're going to miss you very much, Officer Cady. Thank you for your years of service. Also attended the Delta Gallery artist reception and met with the city attorney and also the police chief. And I did not spend any money at the art reception yet, but I'm going back because I saw a couple pieces that I'm going to be picking up, and that was a great event. And so with that, we will move on to presentations. And the first presentation is item B1, the proclamation of May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And I'm going to turn it to Councilmember Meyer to read the proclamation and introduce Tui Zhao Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. I requested this proclamation in honor of my Aunt Kayo. May she rest in peace. Proclamation states, whereas the month of May was chosen as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese citizen to the United States on May 7th, 1843, as well as to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, built primarily by 20,000 Chinese immigrants on May 10th, 1869, and whereas Contra Costa County's population is more than 18% Asian American and Pacific Islander, AAPI, and includes devoted community members who serve as artists, business owners, educators, healthcare professionals, lawyers and judges, clergy members, first responders, military personnel, and other essential workers, and whereas the City of Brentwood celebrates the countless achievements and invaluable contributions of the AAPI community that enrich our history and society and culture, and whereas we stand in solidarity with the AAPI community and reaffirm our commitment to recognizing the dignity of all people, and we demand moral integrity, respect, and civility from all residents and visitors. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize May 2021 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month and calls upon Brentwood residents to learn more about Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage and their contributions to our community. And accepting this proclamation today is Dr. Tui Zhao Jensen, who is a Brentwood Union School Board trustee. Thank you, Tui, for joining us.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. Thank you, Mayor Bryant and Brentwood City Council members for this proclamation of solidarity with the Asian Pacific Islander communities. As May is Asian Pacific Heritage Month, it is an opportunity to reflect on the diversity and resilience of AAPI communities in the United States. Throughout American history, our communities have laid the railroad tracks, worked the farm fields, started businesses, and made significant advancements in science, technology, and the arts. We have engaged in civic leadership and public service, as well as served on the healthcare front lines throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. However, in the past year, the alarming increase of anti-Asian violence and verbal harassment across America have shed a painful spotlight on the consequences of xenophobic rhetoric that many Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have had to endure in silence. For many AAPI, this meant thinking twice before going out in public and endlessly worrying if family members will be safe from anti-Asian hate and speech and assault. In many California school districts, the overwhelming fear of violence and harassment has been identified as a factor in low rates of return to in-person instruction among Asian American students. As public schools have an obligation not only to prepare students academically, but also to provide the foundation for personal growth and responsible participation in civic life. I brought forth a resolution to the school board to support people of Asian ancestry by condemning violence, harassment, and hate towards people of Asian ancestry. Last month, the Brentwood School Board voted unanimously to approve this resolution. I'm grateful to live in Brentwood and proud of our elected leaders' commitment to valuing the humanity and inclusion of all people. On behalf of the AAPI community, thank you for the proclamation that reassures Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders that we are valued for our contributions in creating a vibrant Brentwood.
Thank you, Dr. Dodge.
Thank you so much, Twee. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do want to thank you on behalf of, and thank you, Councilmember Meyer, for that lovely presentation. Thank Dr. Dow Jensen for your personal involvement and service to our community as well. You represent our school district as well and our community, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the next presentation will be item B2, a proclamation of June as Pride Month, and Councilmember Rary is going to read the proclamation and introduce Kiku Johnson.
Yes, I actually asked for this in honor of family and friends who identify as gay, lesbian, and bisexual. I believe that Brentwood is an inclusive community, and I think it's important that we recognize Pride Month. Our proclamation is whereas the city of Brentwood has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in the community. And whereas many of the residents, students, city employees, and business owners within the city of Brentwood who contribute to the enrichment of our city are part of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning community. And whereas various advancements have been made with respect to equitable treatment of lesbians, gay men, bisexual, transgender, and questioning persons throughout the nation, but there continues to be some opposition against people from this community and around the world, making it important for cities like Brentwood to stand up and show support for our residents who are affected. And whereas June has become a symbolic month in which lesbian women, gay men, bisexual people, transgender people, and supporters come together in various celebrations of Pride. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby declare the month of June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the City of Brentwood and invites everyone to reflect on ways we can all live and work together with a commitment to mutual respect and understanding and further. Dated the 25th day of May and signed by our Mayor, Joel Bryant, Mayor. Kiku could not make it this evening. We were trying to get Raquel Stratton, I believe is the name, on the line to replace him. And I'm not...
This meeting is being recorded.
No, she is not on. So we will get this off to the Rainbow Community Center. It's a resource center for counseling and just for those who are who need help or friendship or a variety of things. They can reach out to the Rainbow Community Center in Concord, and they can learn more about it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Rary, for that presentation. At this time, we will move on to item C, consent calendar. And I'll take a motion for the consent calendar or any recommendations.
Mayor, I had a question for Tim yesterday about the vehicle replacement. So I'm not sure, Tim, if you were able to get those answers, but I would like to pull it if you have the answers. The questions I gave you about the flatbed?
Yes. Go ahead and pull it and we'll answer it.
Awesome. So pulling the, which one? It is C2.
I make a motion that we approve C1 to C3 to C6 and pulling C2 out.
Okay, have a first.
Second.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, I had questions about the flatbed truck. It looks like I just wanted to understand what we use it for because it's only 4,000 miles a year. And if we're not using it that frequently or if we can rent something for a day when we need it, do we really need to, what is the total cost of the flatbed and is it better to rent as needed or to replace?
Sure. So I'm going to call on Aaron Wandon, our Parks Manager, to go ahead and give a little more edification on it. We do use it every day, but Aaron can give you a little more detail on it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Yes. This is a typical F-250 truck with a regular bed on it now. The Parks and Recreation staff, we've never had a flatbed pickup in our fleet. The city, Public Works have them, but Parks has never obtained a flatbed pickup truck. Obviously, a flatbed pickup truck can carry a lot more cargo, material, tools, and whatnot. So currently, Park staff have been providing picnic rental servicing on the weekends, which can range between 13 to 15 rentals a day throughout the city. And the current pickup truck they're using can, with the tool, because it's got the full toolboxes and the tool carrying racks, so you can get maybe a half a yard of garbage in those trucks. So with a flatbed pickup, we can utilize the truck to get between 3 and 4 yards of waste. So it's going to reduce the amount of time back and forth to the service yard for emptying trash. This is a daily used pickup, so what we're requesting is just the typical change out, because the truck's due for a change. It's 11 years old. We typically schedule them every 10 years out, so it was pushed out 1 year already. And the 4,000 miles, it doesn't sound like much, but if you look at actually the spreadsheet on all of these trucks that are up for replacement, 5 of them are within the 4,000 mile a year range. Aside from the police vehicles, the water, the streets, divisions, those utility, those maintenance trucks only average between 4,000 and 5,000 miles a year. Anyways, it's just heavy usage. Obviously, you can understand with maintenance and all the work that goes in and out of those pickup trucks. So again, this is a typical replacement with typical miles for a maintenance vehicle of its type.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I know that Carolina had the question before, and I had the questions now, and it just looked like small. I just like, what are we using it for if it's only 4,000? So thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
Completely understood. Thank you.
Okay, with that, do we have a motion for C2?
I make a motion that we approve C2 under the consent items.
And I second that.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we will move into public hearings. Item D1, resolutions approving the water shortage contingency plan, the 2020 urban water management plan, and appendix to the 2015 urban water management plan. and Casey Weichert will provide the staff report. Casey?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Let me try to share my screen here. How's that? Can you all see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. My name is Casey Weichert, and I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works Operations. I'm here tonight to introduce and present a brief overview of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan for consideration. The Urban Water Management Plan is a planning document required by the passage of the Urban Water Management Planning Act of 1983. We're required to prepare and submit an updated plan to the Department of Water Resources every 5 years. The intent of the law was for the Urban Water Management Plan to be a resource to policy and decision makers for large urban water suppliers, and to provide a way to demonstrate the reliability of a water system to the public. From a practical standpoint, this report is important because it forces us to consider three important questions. Do we have an adequate water supply? Can we withstand a prolonged drought? And are our conservation efforts adequate? The short answer to these questions is yes on all accounts. The longer, more technical answer can be found in the 343 pages of the Urban Water Management Report. To provide some context, here's a brief overview of our drinking water system. We have two types of drinking water sources, groundwater and surface water. The red dots on this map represent groundwater wells within the city limits. Groundwater is pumped directly into our distribution system. We also receive surface water from several different sources, including Rock Slough, Old River, and Middle River. You'll notice the river intakes are marked by blue circles on the right side of the map. And we also get surface water from the Los Vaqueros Reservoir, which is on the bottom left-hand portion of the map. Surface water is different from groundwater in that it must be treated to remove contaminants. The dashed red line and the horizontal blue line on the map show how the various surface water sources are transported to the water treatment facilities located in Oakley, just north of the Brentwood city limits. Once the water is treated, it is pumped into the distribution system. After treatment, there's a complicated network of pumps, tanks, piping, and valves that store and transport the water throughout the city. I realize this map is difficult to decipher any meaningful details from, but the point of this slide is to illustrate that the water system is vast and significantly complicated. We have 347 miles of pipeline that connect almost 21,000 drinking water service connections across 3 pressure zones. There are some 11,000 valves and over 3,000 fire hydrants located throughout the system. We have 6 reservoirs that can collectively store over 19 million gallons of water, and it takes 7 separate pump stations to maintain a constant, adequate water pressure throughout the system. And that's really only the half of it. These figures only describe the drinking water system. In addition to the drinking water, we have a similar network of infrastructure that stores and distributes non-potable and recycled water throughout the city. The recycled water is used for landscaping irrigation needs and is part of our overall strategy for conserving drinking water. The Urban Water Management Plan analyzes a significant amount of data inputs, including things like water usage rates, actual and projected population growth rates, and regulatory trends. The 2020 data showed that we produced around 4 billion gallons of drinking water. As you can see from this chart, over 80% of the drinking water goes to residential use and landscaping. Having this data helps us prioritize our conservation efforts by showing us where the greatest opportunities for conservation are. For example, in the last several years, the city has invested over $20 million in recycled water system improvements. And these improvements allow us to use recycled water instead of drinking water for landscaping needs throughout the city. There are also several different legal requirements that have to be addressed and reported in the Urban Water Management Plan. One of these requirements is to demonstrate compliance with the 2009 Water Conservation Act by reducing our per capita water usage. This graph shows our per capita water usage labeled as GPCD, which stands for gallons per capita per day. The requirement is to reduce our usage by 20% compared to 2013 levels. The dashed red line on this chart indicates our target level of 193. The blue line represents the actual value, and the green line represents the population. And as you can see, we've successfully met this requirement since 2015. Another legal requirement is to perform a water supply reliability assessment. One of the reasons we have multiple surface water intake options is because the quality of the Delta water fluctuates significantly depending on the season and weather-related conditions. Water treatment plants are well equipped to handle these changes to ensure we always have drinking water that meets regulatory standards for quality. We are also able to manage the volume of water used from the various sources by using recycled water to the greatest extent possible. Examples of this are the recently completed recycled water storage tank and pump station project that allowed us to double the use of recycled water in 2020, and the ongoing non-potable water pipeline and pump station project that will expand the recycled water coverage to more parts of the city. The Urban Water Management Plan also documents our drought risk assessment analysis. This map from the U.S. Drought Monitor illustrates the current state of the drought in California. The drought risk assessment looks at a scenario of 5 straight years of drought conditions with reduced available water supplies to determine if we have adequate water supply and sources. The analysis in this report indicates that we do have sufficiently redundant water sources to be able to withstand a drought without a shortage of water. And while this is certainly good news, please note we'll still be doing outreach and education to encourage water conservation, and we'll continue monitoring and preparing for increasing drought conditions and any statewide directives that may be issued. Another regulatory requirement of the Urban Water Management Plan is to establish a water shortage contingency plan. Even though the water supply reliability assessment and the drought risk assessment both indicate that we are unlikely to ever experience an actual water shortage, we have a contingency plan in place. The contingency plan defines stages based on the severity of a water shortage and lays out increasingly progressive actions to be taken in each stage. These actions range from education and outreach and voluntary conservation efforts to mandatory use restrictions and penalties for noncompliance. Lastly, it's important to note this plan wasn't prepared in a vacuum. We're required to coordinate with other local water agencies and share draft versions of our plan, and likewise they share their plans with us. This helps ensure that no agency is adversely impacting another agency's water system. Once the draft document is prepared and reviewed, it is released for public comment. This plan was posted on the city's website and various social media outlets on May 11th and is presented tonight for public comment. With that, thank you for your time, and staff and consultants from Brown and Caldwell are available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, clarifying questions of staff at this time? Councilmember Rary.
Yes. So to what extent or level did the city need to implement the water shortage contingency plan during the last drought, and for how long?
So the water contingency plan in the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan was different than the one we have now, and we changed it to 6 stages. It used to be 4, and that was consistent with other state guidelines. So back in 2016, actually it was from late 2015 April through mid-June 2016, we were at stage 3 of 4. And we subsequently went back to stage 1, and we've been in stage 1 ever since.
Okay. And have we ever looked into stormwater capture and use? And if so, why are we not implementing it based on the report? And if we haven't, why haven't we?
We've never done a serious technical study because it doesn't really pan out. We only get an average of 15 inches of rainfall a year. So even if we were able to technically capture every single drop of that, that would only be about 10,000 acre feet. And it would be hundreds of millions of dollars to put the infrastructure in place to be able to capture that, route it where it needs to go, and treat it to drinking water quality. And that's just for the infrastructure. That doesn't include any regulatory or environmental studies that would have to go with that.
Okay. And on agenda page 829, it shows that by 2020, the city would reduce its reliance on Delta watershed to 70.8%. Aren't we still at 75%?
No, the 70.8% is what they've calculated we are currently at based on the 2020 data. This number is fairly complicated, and we have a Brown and Caldwell consultant, Renee, who can help answer this. It's based on a bunch of different factors and averages. Margaret, if you can have Renee brought up to answer this one.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay? This is Renee. Yeah, so the 70.8% is based actually on projected data from previous UWMPs. So the reason we are using projections for this analysis is because projections are usually developed with average year normal conditions in mind. They tend to incorporate the effects of large range of hydrologic conditions on the forecast of supplies and demands. So the potential issue with using historical or actual data for this type of analysis is that any single year is influenced by hydrologic conditions for that particular year, and they may not be reflective of long-term trends. So if we take a look at, say, 2015, for example, water use was substantially curbed during that year due to ongoing drought and the implementation of statewide mandates to reduce water use. Once some of these mandates were lifted, we saw water use trends bounce back a bit to the new normal. So so that's, I guess, part of the reason why, or the reason why you're seeing that difference at 70.8. I think the 75 number is I'm assuming the number you got when you use the actual water use for 2020. But again, for the Delta Reliance assessment, the approach recommended that we actually use projected data to encapsulate some of those items that I just listed.
So, and as noted in Table 3D in the report, it says our plans are to reduce reliance on the Delta watershed to 57.4% by the year 2045. What plans do we have in order to get it that low?
We really have two main tools for that. The first is to complete buy-in of the Los Vaqueros expansion project. That's the major part of it. The second part of that is to continue to increase the recycled water usage, which will offset a portion of the Delta intake use.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if we can get, especially since we've got that new tank there to, what is it, 6 million gallons per day?
3 million.
Okay. So anyway, and then have we considered drilling more wells for water? We've got a plot of land the city owns outside the city limits on Sellers and Sunset, or possibly other locations throughout the city?
There's a couple of reasons we're hesitant to do that. The main reason is, if you recall, in 2014 and 15 when we did the water softener rebate program, that was specifically done with the idea that we would be able to reduce our hardness and chloride levels in the water. So we spent about $4 million doing that, and adding more groundwater would make that problem worse instead of better. And the second reason is, from a regulatory perspective, it's a lot harder to get wells drilled now. They have the Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, that they're trying to manage the number of groundwater wells that are going in. It's a little counterintuitive. They don't want us to use Delta water. They don't want us to pump water from the ground, but they want us to get water from somewhere. So it's definitely a little complicated, but it's not something that we would prefer to do.
Okay. All right. And I know that the other wells just have too much of one mineral or another that's making it so that we can't use those.
Chloride.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
So, Casey, my question has to do with just public perception. I know that you said the report was listed on the website but I've gotten some emails about drought and people who have gotten notices because they haven't kept up their lawn, and they are saying that, you know, we're in drought, the whole state is going to be in drought. So what are we doing to educate the public outside of the May 11th post, because I don't think most people saw that we're going to continue to enforce our codes and that we are not as in bad of a situation as the rest of the state? Because that's going to come up a lot.
Code enforcement part, I don't have a good answer for you, but what we do on a continuing basis is outreach and education in the community. The new PIO has helped streamline some of those. We use our various social media outlets. We also include mailings in the billings from time to time, and until recently, we used to go out to the schools and do presentations also.
Okay. Okay, so maybe we'll just work with the PIO on a little bit more education, because I think we're probably going to hear a lot about people not wanting to water their lawns anymore. So thank you. That
was a special thing. That was a governor declaration, and there were some state laws passed that required people to not have to do that and enforce those codes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
I think I'm going to invest in green spray paint stock. So a couple of questions. One of them is about the relationship with regional suppliers and special districts. Can you talk a little bit more about how Brentwood works with, for example, Contra Costa Water District and some of the other regional suppliers, and what benefits we get from that relationship?
As it relates to this plan, there's not a lot of working with. It's more we share our plan and they share their plans, and we just make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes. That being said, we have a much different relationship with Contra Costa Water District than any other agencies that are local to us. We contract with them to operate our city-owned water treatment facility, and we also purchase a significant portion of our drinking water from them. So our relationship with Contra Costa Water District is fairly in-depth, and we communicate and coordinate with them quite often.
Great, that explained that. The future idea of using non-potable water for landscaping, I'm curious if that's safe for like kids running through sprinklers?
Yes, it meets all of the federal and state guidelines for unrestricted reuse of wastewater. So it's been disinfected and treated to a very high level. If I put a glass of that next to a glass of water from your tap, you can't tell the difference. And all the laboratory tests have verified that it's safe. There's never been a documented case in the U.S. of anyone getting sick from recycled water that has ever made a publication. So we have no reason to believe that it's not safe.
Great. And the final is just a comment. I was on a League of Cities meeting. I can't remember what the topic was, but one of the mayors from down south was talking about actually they are fully now drinking toilet water. So do you have a plan for that in our future?
No, we do not. We have enough reliable redundant water sources that we're not anticipating needing to do that. That's done in areas where they have less redundancy than we do.
I'm not going to argue. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
One last question, Mayor. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I know that when you say potable, you mean like the purple water, right? So out of the purple pipes, is that what you're talking about?
No, potable water is what you get from your drinking water. Anything in your house is potable water. The purple pipes that you see is recycled water. So don't get those two mixed up and drink the wrong one. Yeah, because the purple water is not super, like, that's why we have to water at nighttime and stuff, right? Not during the day and all that good stuff. Sort of. We used to ask folks to water at different times because our system didn't have the capacity to generate enough recycled water overnight. Mm-hmm. That's what our big recycled water tank and pump station project took care of. So now we have no restrictions on when you can use that recycled water. You can water that 24/7. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing none, then we will open public comment. Margaret, if you could take over.
I have received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do currently have 2 hands raised. I will call on Danny Dorman, followed by Roger.
Unmute. Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just really quick, because if anyone reads any of my social media, I am not a big fan of the amount of car washes we have in this city. So I'm hoping someone can address that with respect to how much of that water is recycled water, toilet water, whatever you want to call it, and what plans are there, if any, we get to a point where we start having water restrictions. Is there a plan in place to apply that same type of restriction to car washes? I would love to hear that. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Roger.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question. I'm fairly new to this city. I've been here for 4 years. But in my track, and I've seen these through the city, I'm going to call them water replenishment basins that you have. I live on French Drive and in the Bellagio district, and almost across the street from me is this large, I'm going to call it like a holding pond type of thing. And I know there's a very large one on Fairview just north of Central. And my question is, these, as we said earlier, the gentleman said that we only get about 15 inches of rainwater a year. And I'm wondering if we couldn't use these in a dual service. There's quite a bit of acreage in these things. And I'm wondering if you couldn't contact somebody or look into a study so that you could put solar panels into these ponds raised up on like stilts similar to like you have around the high school and stuff to collect solar energy to help offset, maybe the city can make some money on it or something, but to help offset the power grid and go green with this as well. I do know that the federal government's really looking at this. They decided to go offshore today with the wind farm in the Monterey area, and that's really kind of cool. But it seems like these are large areas. They take maintenance for people to keep them clean and, you know, the grass and stuff cut down and stuff, but they're fairly deep. So it wouldn't be an eyesore that people would see these solar panels in there so much or anything. But I think it'd be a good multi-use of what assets that you have. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comments. And
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, this is a public hearing, so you'll need to have a formal motion on that.
Thank you. Could I get a motion to close public comments, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. If there are council members that have additional questions or comments regarding this agenda item, if you could raise your hand, I'll call on you in order. Seeing no questions, I will, normally if we were all meeting together, some of the questions that the callers have asked, I could refer them to exchange information, personal information, and let staff get back with them. But since there are only two, and I believe staff can answer pretty quickly, if we could have staff answer the first question about the recycled water for car washes and that plan, if it can be brief, and also the dual use for the water basins, I would appreciate it if that's appropriate. And I rely on Damien to tell me whether it isn't or not.
Sure, I'll take a stab at that unless Damien cuts me off. Regarding the car washes, all commercial car washes in California are now required to install recycling systems, so that water is reused over and over and over. I don't have an exact amount of how much water goes to car washes. That would take a significant amount of digging to pull up. But if the council's interested, we could certainly dig into that. Regarding the other basins, Mickey may want to chime in here also, but those are designed to be stormwater retention basins. They are specifically engineered to capture stormwater before it flows down the street and to let it build up in that basin and basically percolate back into the groundwater. So I don't know if that is still feasible if you were to place solar on top of that, but the purpose of those basins is to collect the stormwater runoffs before it runs down the street.
Okay. Thank you. And I think that answers my question. Is there anyone in council that is not satisfied with those answers? Okay, seeing none then. If I could get a motion.
I'll make a motion to, as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution approving an appendix to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan.
You have a first?
Okay, wait. There's three different motions here.
There are.
Okay. So as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution approving the water shortage contingency plan.
We have a first.
I second that.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries by vote.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Margaret. Motion number 2 of 3.
I'll make a motion on this one as well, as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan.
And I'll second that one as well.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Motion 3.
And I'll finish it off. I'll go back to the first one I did. As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution.
Did she freeze? We lost her.
We can certainly hold for a moment if council is okay to see if she can reconnect.
Yeah. And there she is.
Okay. I disappeared twice there. As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving an appendix to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan.
And I will second that.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. And thank you very much, staff, for that report. We'll move on to item D2, a resolution adopting the 2021-22 to 2025-26 capital improvement program and amending the fiscal year 2021-22 operating budget to account for the new capital improvement program. And Sonia Agostini will provide this staff report. Sonia.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We are here tonight for the Council's consideration of the final adoption of the 2021-22 through 2025-26 Capital Improvement Program. This Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, presented tonight sets forth the city's 5-year infrastructure and capital planning needs, and it consists of city projects that cover roadways, parks and trails, water, wastewater, and community facility improvements. Additionally, the CIP provides information on future improvement projects, as well as upcoming development improvement projects. The preparation of the CIP has been a combined effort from staff from all departments throughout the city, and it began many months ago and culminates into the document being presented tonight. As you're aware, the development and production of the annual 5-year CIP is an important step in the city's budgeting process. This CIP is prepared to reflect the priorities of the City Council, and therefore any projects that are a result of the latest council-approved 2-year strategic plan are included in the document. The next 2-year strategic plan process, covering fiscal years 2022-23 and 2023-24, will begin in late fall of this calendar year. Last month, on April 13th, the City Council held the public workshop for this proposed CIP. At that workshop, the council provided their feedback regarding the document. They had opportunity to ask questions of staff, as well as to provide guidance that we could use in future CIP preparation. Also at that workshop, council was advised that finance would be presenting a midterm operating budget workshop that would provide a midterm budget update and financial capacity presentation. As you're aware, that workshop just occurred prior to this meeting, and it discussed various budget decision points that required council guidance. As a reminder, any capital project changes or CIP amendments that are needed as a result of that guidance will subsequently be brought back to the council for their approval at the June 22nd council meeting. Also, since the April workshop, there have only been a few changes made to the CIP document, which have been outlined in tonight's staff report. 2 of the changes I would like to mention are, first, the removal of the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District Administration and Fire Station project, and 2, the addition of a new project called the General Plan and Housing Element Update, which also incorporates the completion of a climate action plan. This project will be funded by general fund reservations that have been set aside specifically for this purpose. One additional point to keep in mind regarding the CIP is that, except for multi-year designated projects, Council is approving funding for projects in the upcoming fiscal year only. In this case, fiscal year 21-22. The remaining 4 years of the program are for planning purposes, and staff will return each year to the City Council with an updated budget for their approval. If the City Council adopts the CIP this evening, it will complete another milestone in the city's budgeting process. This will be followed by the Council's consideration to adopt the midterm budget adjustments and any necessary CIP amendments later next month. On behalf of the Finance and Information Systems Department, I would like to thank the City Council for providing the policy direction, priorities, and the strategic initiatives that guided staff throughout the preparation of this document. And at this time, staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions of staff at this time? Councilmember Rary.
I just got a couple questions. The general plan and housing element update. I know that we've been putting away like $100,000 to $150,000, I think, each year towards this, but yet it's not showing a prior balance here. Is it because this is a brand new CIP that's being added here, or because I know that we have been putting the funds in there?
Yes, you are correct. The funds have been reserved every year, as you mentioned, in the general fund. And you are again correct that this is a CIP project that's tracked in a CIP account. So if this project were to be approved, once it begins, those funds that have been reserved in the general fund will get transferred into the project, and the project will start tracking. And so it's more of just an administrative function where you're not seeing any prior funding, as that project technically has not been funded yet. However, the funds have been set aside and are sitting as a reservation in the general fund.
And I understand that we need to do the housing element update by law. We've got to get it in. But the general plan, it's only been 7 years since our last general plan update. I mean, it's $700,000. I think that was the amount, $700,000. That seems like a lot of money for just a housing element update. Are we looking at redoing the general plan?
I believe we can turn this over to the project manager, Terrence, if available.
I am. However, I believe your community development director, Alexis, is prepared to answer this question. If she's not, I'm happy to help. Just Alexis, if you need any background, I'm happy to provide it.
Thank you. I am here. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just lost my connection, so I just reconnected. Thank you for the question. So, yes, $700,000 is a lot of money. It is a significant amount of money. A housing element update contains several components. So it's the housing element itself. It's the CEQA analysis that is done on that element, and it is any updates to the zoning ordinance or the general plan as a result of policies or practices that need to be implemented in order to implement the housing element. We've also included an item for a climate action plan, which could be an element of the general plan or a standalone product. There's a couple ways to do that. With the housing element, state law requires us to update our safety element and other aspects of the general plan. So it is a lot of money for just the housing element, but it is actually a much bigger project than that.
Okay, I just don't want to be redoing the general plan that we just finished doing, considering it's a 2-year process.
Understood.
And people put in a lot of hours, and we are at, 80% of build out right now, something like that. And it just seems like a lot of money and time and resources to redo the general plan. And I don't know about the housing element update or if it's the appropriate time to do this, but I've heard that we're removing the middle, that developers coming in can go from low to high in the densities instead of being only allowed to go as high as the middle. And I was very concerned about that and any changes that might take place, because that middle to high we've left available for those developers who go above and beyond in providing amenities for our city. And for us to turn around with a housing element and change it somehow so that they can go the highest amount and they don't have to provide any additional amenities is very troubling.
So the low, middle, high discussion is happening right now as a part of the zoning ordinance update that Terrence is managing. So it won't necessarily be a part of the housing element itself. The housing element might analyze what our zoning standards are, if there are any constraints to producing required housing. But the low, middle, high discussion is happening right now as a part of the zoning ordinance update.
Okay.
And I can clarify that the general plan updates or modifications that might happen as a part of the project described in the CIP is not a comprehensive overhaul of the city's general plan that was just adopted in 2014. You're correct, that was an extensive process and it's relatively new. But the safety element is an element of the general plan which will have to be updated by state law with the housing element. They tie them together to make sure it happens. And so there may be tinkering to sections of the general plan as a result of the housing element. But the council will be signing off on the entire work plan of this project. So once we get a consultant on board, we'll develop a work plan, and there will be council and planning commission participation throughout this process that will derive drive the policies that go into the housing element. So if there's concerns about the level or the amount of general plan modifications that might happen, that's all going to be discussed through the entire housing element process.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through the council, I would want to clarify one point. As a part of the zoning ordinance update, there is no intention of taking the top off that. What's being discussed and will be recommended is that the midpoint becomes the top of the zoning ordinance, the density range, and that there be objective standards by which that could be increased. It's a different way to do what the council member was recommending. But I just wanted to clarify that there is no intention to make the maximum range that exists now the new by right zoning. So and then Damien's probably going to shut me down if I go any further. So I did want to clarify that point. Thank you. Thank you.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, Terrence is correct. Just remind the council the discussion is about the CIP tonight and the general plan component right now, but the discussion of changes to the zoning ordinance would be more appropriate another meeting when it's been agendized. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
I am not ready to move forward on this item, and it's because we haven't been given all of the details. I'm given an amount of $700,000. I don't have the scope of work for $700,000. And I would feel like it would be irresponsible for me to say, oh, yeah, you can have $700,000. I've benchmarked today what housing elements have cost other cities, and it goes from $200,000 to $400,000. So I think we are way off with $700,000, and I would like to understand the scope of work. And I don't know if that's a workshop that we need or what, but I'm not happy at all with this getting this paperwork on Thursday night and having to vote on it on Tuesday night. And when we say the zoning, I was asking a lot of questions about RENA numbers, and I was told that that's not on the agenda today. But if you read the California state, they say your RENA numbers are the linchpin to your housing element. So if I'm asking about RENA, it's because it's relevant to the information that's going to go into the housing element. And we need to have all of that tick and tied before we move forward. So is this a small update or is this a big update? Was my question. And from what I'm looking at the numbers, it's a 40 house difference, right? So 40 residential units difference is very different than 1,000 units difference. The workload to a consultant is very different. So I would like to understand exactly what the scope of work is, what are we paying for, and then we can move forward. But I think we need a workshop because I need a lot more information than what were given to review over 4 days. And it's a $700,000. And if I make a mistake in land use in any way, shape, or form, I don't think I'll ever forgive myself, because that is my most important thing that I ran on, was protecting land use for our residents. And I feel that with the information that I have today, I can't do that.
Anyone in staff that would like to join this conversation?
Sure. If it helps to clarify, the $700 is an estimate and a set-aside. The actual project budget would come once we solicit a scope of work from a selected consultant. So we still have to do an RFP for proposals, interview consultants, council would select a consultant, and then an actual project budget would be put forward. So it may refine that amount, it may be less. We're hoping it's not more. But the actual budget is not $700,000. That's our estimate based on what we know today on all the components we're doing: the housing element, the safety element, any updates to zoning or general plan that come out of the housing element, and the climate action plan. And so that's the amount that makes us feel comfortable that we can move forward with, if council were to approve it, with sending out an RFP and getting this work started. The actual budget would refine that, and we can certainly do workshops and all along the way, early and often, regarding the consultant selection, the scope of work, the work plan, all of that. This should be a participatory process. It is not staff's housing element. It is the city and council's housing element ultimately. Unfortunately, with me just coming on a few weeks ago and with this item being before council tonight, the timing just didn't work out to have those workshops earlier, and I do apologize about that. It's less than ideal. So I don't know if that answers your questions, Councilmember Mendoza, or your...
No, I need to understand. I know there's a lot of information on the website, but I'm new to all of that when it comes to the housing element update. I would like for you to sit, or someone from the city to sit with council, because this is, I mean, for two of us, this is the new time out of the gate. And again, if I mess this up, it's a bad, bad thing. So before I vote yes on $700,000, something that's going to impact land use, I would like to understand the specifics of what I'm voting for. Because right now you're just giving me a bucket, housing element. Well, what does that mean? So if I change this, what are the trickle-down effects? I want to understand everything I'm voting for. And then can we put it into a different bucket? Can we have housing element? Can we have general plan update? Can we have, let's be very clear about the different parts. Because again, in Brentwood, land use is the biggest issue for residents. You know, Measure L, 71 to 29% voted it down because land use is so important. So if we're going to get something right, this has to be it. And being transparent and communicating to our residents is important, and educating us when we're making the vote is important.
Understood, and we can certainly have a more detailed conversation about the housing element process and what it entails, and the other changes that it triggers in order to implement it and get it approved by the HCD, Housing and Community Development. We do also have a housing workshop that I believe council got an invite to today on June 30th. So we have some general informational sessions coming up where we can talk about that, or we can do something much earlier than that. It is a complicated, involved process that changes every cycle. So we're in the 6th cycle. There's, as you know, a lot of new state laws we're going to have to implement. So we all learn every cycle, and there's no expert in this. It's always, a process that is very complicated and very painful. So I understand, and we can talk about all the work plans and components. I'm happy to do that in whatever format helps council.
I would like to just reiterate that the item that's before the council is to put this amount in, put a budget in the capital improvement program. It isn't to decide what happens, how it's done, any of the details. It's really just a starting point for an intense conversation that's going to be with the council and the community about what goes on. This is not making any determination whatsoever. It's simply saying that within this time period, we're going to be working on it, the amount is based, and I can give a little background to there. The amount is based on the set-asides that we've been doing year after year. Of course, if we can do it, if we can do the work with much less money, if we can narrow the focus, we always want to do that. But what's in front of you right now is only to make it a capital improvement project, so that we can start working on it, refining it, bringing the information back to the council and the community. So I kind of restated Alexis's point, but I wanted to stress that.
But my concern about that is if a consultant hears we have a $700,000 piggy bank, guess what they're going to ask for? A $700,000. So I would rather go online and benchmark what we're seeing, because it's in cities' budgets. I mean, they paid for it. You can find it on their website. So let's get tighter on that. Just because we have $700,000 doesn't mean I want to put the $700,000. I would rather be tight. But also, again, with the time that we were given with this CIP, it's not enough time for me to feel comfortable voting for it. It really isn't.
Well, I'm not going to, I'll suggest, and Alexis can please contradict me, if it's the amount that is the problem, then adjust the amount, and if in the process we need more, we can come back for and address it. But the community does need to comprehensively make sure our land use regulations are up to speed. And it's important for economic development as well that we have a very clear, consistent land use plan. And again, I would encourage the council to include this item. If the amount is what is the hang-up, I would suggest you simply cut that amount. But I may have spoken too much. I want Alexis to weigh in on that idea.
It's not just the amount, it's the process. And I feel like I'm not educated enough to make the best decision today. So I want to understand the exact scope of work. So I don't know if that's me meeting with Alexis, sitting down and going through all the buckets that this project's going to contain, and me feeling comfortable with all of those buckets. Because, because again, like, let's look at the zoning update. I'm not comfortable with the zoning update right now. So I want to feel comfortable with this and making sure I'm making the right decision. So before we even move forward, that scope of work should be defined for everyone voting for it if we're going to put an RFP out. So let's define the scope of work and then ask me for the money for an RFP after we know what we're going out to bid for. And we could do that in 2 weeks. We have another city council meeting in 2 weeks. So why don't we have, a workshop, go through the scope of work, understand it. Do we all feel like all of those steps are necessary, or are some of them nice to have or must have? Understand exactly what we would do to the general plan, because everyone says the general plan's our Bible, but now you're asking me to change the Bible, maybe. So why exactly? Like, I don't even understand that.
So this process to have a project go into the capital improvement program is the typical process for a project like this. There are a lot of projects in the CIP for which you don't have a lot of detail. That's the idea. Certainly, as the works go, as the director Morris has already indicated that she's going to be doing a workshop and doing refinements of the work scope. That's going to happen. So, and of course, the council can do what they wish, but I'm strongly encouraging that you keep this in the capital improvement program so that Alexis can get to work on it.
Okay. Well, why don't we let Councilmember Meyer speak, and then we can have discussion after public comment. Thanks.
Member Meyer.
That was so hard to not jump in. Thank you. So I do question why this ask is coming before we have scheduled land use and housing workshops. Because I agree, I'm new. I do not understand the scope of this and all the steps involved and the breakdown of costs. I do know that when I asked for an agenda item of having a climate action plan reviewed, it's already in the general plan from 2014. We've 5 cities within the county that has that designation. Everybody's really proud of us for that. But we're number 13 out of 19 of actually doing anything about it, for actually creating a plan. So my agenda item isn't really what we're looking at tonight, because my agenda item was, let's talk about climate action plan. How do we look at what that would cost? How do we incorporate that? And it looks more like what we're talking about is a pretty major change to the general plan, which throws me off a little bit because it's already designated in there. That's just the climate action plan part. The housing, I would agree, this is such a huge issue for us. And again, I don't quite get why we have two workshops coming up to address the specific questions that we have before, and we're asking for this ask before. That part is confusing to me. I do feel like there is more that we need to understand, and I think in general, we've talked about like really making sure that our staff reports are really robust. 990 pages was certainly very robust, and I did go through, but I don't feel like I have enough information on this either. I don't understand what the urgency is as far as tonight goes and why we can't talk about this again after we have those 2 workshops. If someone here understands that sense of urgency that I'm not feeling, I would love to hear why. If that's a legalities thing, I don't know where the state is when it comes to mandating this change, where in the year it has to happen, if it has to happen specifically this year. Those are some of the things I don't understand. I'd really like some more information on that. And I also want, again, clarification that the agenda item I requested was not that we invest $700,000 into a general plan update so that we can incorporate a climate action plan. It was really for the cost assessment and looking at what that process would be. Thank you.
turn it to staff for some clarification.
I might defer.
Alexis, please.
I was going to say I might defer to Terrence on the scheduling of tonight's item.
Understood. Again, what we're talking about here is a budgeting process. We're not talking about the details of this project. So, of the projects. So a housing element has to be completed by the end of 2022. It takes a while. If we do not complete it on time, we're out of compliance with the state. So that's our deadline. We also, because of our process that in fact that we want to go through in terms of refining this and looking at the climate action plan, the time is really now to get to work on this, particularly with the community and council work that needs to be done to refine the project. So the timing is sort of urgent. The climate action plan was referenced as a need in the general plan, but it wasn't completed. So it's a much different thing to actually complete a climate action plan. That climate action plan must be consistent with all the elements of the general plan. So there is work to be done in making the general plan consistent with that. But again, the process is typical to budget for the item. Staff refines the work scope, involves the council in that process, and before anything is done, the council has to approve the contract that has a detailed work scope in it. So that's the process. It's not being rushed. This is the way we do it, and this is what's on your agenda is to amend that CIP, and so that's why it happened in this way. But of course, if the council wants to delay, then that is what happens. But staff's recommending that you, even if you're concerned about the amount, staff's recommending that you would go forward with this CIP item so that our staff would get to work on it.
So to clarify, thank you. When we're talking about changing the general plan, and these are very significant items that we are considering changing here, what is a typical practice for other cities in doing this? I mean, how often do they do? I mean, I understand the housing mandate has to happen by 2022. I'm looking at the degree of change, the degree of amendment to the general plan, and what other cities are doing when it comes to that. Like how big of a change, how marked of a degree here we're talking about.
Right. What's envisioned by this is a tune-up of the general plan, adding the new climate action plan element and addressing the housing element, but not a wholesale massive redo. And I can see how the price, the number that was included in the SCIP may have indicated more of a complete redo of the general plan, but that's not what's envisioned. What's envisioned is, and again, this is what staff's envisioning. The council's going to tell us what you want to do. Staff's envisioning a very minor change without changes in the land use map, but making sure the general plan is legal and consistent with the housing element and all the other elements. I hope I answered your question.
I think so. I'm not sure how else to word anything else I need to ask, so I'm just going to sit and listen to more conversation.
If I could, go ahead.
So I understand the CIP program, the project. I understand that. We're setting aside a placeholder with some funds in it to fund a project, a capital improvement project. But realistically, is this a capital improvement project? We're not improving capital anywhere. I don't understand why this is in the CIP. I could see this as a line item in our operating budget or as an expense, but we're not. It's not a capital project.
Yeah, we can explain what policy is dictating this is in the CIP. So Sonia, go ahead.
Yes. So you are correct. The product of something like this particular project that we're looking at would not be a capitalizable product. However, periodically, for larger projects that may be maintenance type projects, we do actually put them into the capital improvement program, and it's mostly for tracking purposes. So the reason, for example, the pavement management program, that is not capitalizable. It's a maintenance program. The zoning update is not capitalizable. So there are a few times when you have large items, we put them into the book so that we can maintain them and accurately track their costs. It's a much more easier tracking process. So every once in a while we do have projects that are not capitalizable technically, but they are in the document. And this would be one of those. So it does not have to be in the CIP to be budgeted. There's a couple ways you can get a budget. You can do it through the operating budget, or you can do it through the CIP. It does have the similar processes, but we like to have a document that you can look at as far as capital projects go.
And why wasn't this brought to us last month? I just kind of feel like it's being thrown in here at the last minute. And at a $700,000 price tag, it just seems, again, I understand that the CIP doesn't mean that it doesn't go into full detail. We get another agenda item that comes back to us with all those details. And this is just a placeholder with funding set aside. But for it to be thrown in, at the last minute, it just, why wasn't this here last month? I mean, we knew the housing element was going to need to be done. Why are we waiting until the last minute to throw it in instead of where we could have had an even more robust discussion last month where those answers could have come back to us this month? Or we could have had some meeting between then and in order to go through it all. So I am concerned with the way it's been handled. And the amount, the $700, that's a lot of money.
Maybe Tim or Terrence can maybe elaborate. However, we do know that the general plan update has to be done, obviously, approximately every 10 years, and you are correct. We've set aside funds in the general fund every year for a general plan and the associated updates that go along with it. I do believe that as what we were told is this project was kind of in process, wasn't ready for the original workshop book. And then due to conversation, we wanted to make sure that we had it in the book. Again, as you mentioned, it's a placeholder. And I would like to also remind council that there is a budget there for $700,000. However, we do have an internal process. These funds cannot be utilized at all unless there is approval to move forward with the project internally, as well as we cannot spend funds over $50,000 unless we have council approval. So every contract in every one of these projects will come back to council. So there is multiple opportunities to review, analyze, amend the project, refine the project, those types of things. So I don't know if we can adopt this CIP with the exception of this project. However, there are multiple, as staff has mentioned, and Tim and Terrence and Alexis have also mentioned, this is kind of a placeholder to begin the process, but no funds would be spent unless council gave future approval for a contract.
Can you tell me how much is set aside right now to do our general plan?
At the end of 6/30/20, we had $600,000 set aside. At the end of this fiscal year, there will be $700,000. So that's where the $700,000 comes from.
And you just mentioned something about having to do a general plan at 10 years. So we're looking at 3 years. and we're going to come up with the amount of money for a general plan if we've just spent $700,000 doing the housing element and the safety or whatever you called it and the climate plan. I mean, we've just spent the entire amount of money and we have no money for the general plan.
The project as envisioned would have an updated general plan that wouldn't need another update for 10 years.
So this is an update to the general plan.
It's a minor tune-up to the general plan, yes.
Let me try an analogy that might help. So envision the general plan as a book, and Chapter 7 is your housing element. And the state, who's the author, says, I want to mix up some characters, I want to change the storyline in Chapter 7, and so we have to update Chapter 7. By doing that, now it affects other chapters in that book that have to be consistent with Chapter 7. So we're not talking about coming in and saying we're going to put apartments now where there's commercial. We're not saying that. We're saying the housing element by state law has to be updated every 7-8 years. It's a long process. It takes a good year plus to get through all of the stakeholder meetings, all of the minutia, and then check the CEQA and make sure, because the state will not approve your housing element, your Chapter 7, unless it's consistent with Chapter 5 and Chapter 8 and Chapter 2. So that's the comprehensive nature of it, but we're not coming in saying, like we did in 2014, let's relook at Chapter 4, which is, let's say that's the land use chapter and circulation and other chapters. This is Chapter 7 that's going to require some updates to some other chapters. Once that's in place and approved at the state level to show consistency through the whole book, then when we have to come back at the 10th year, we say, look, we're already fairly updated on all of the other chapters in this book, so that general plan update could be postponed. It doesn't have to be done at that strict time frame like this housing element does. It's treated differently. This chapter is much more important to the state because of its significance in so many cities not doing what the state is trying to mandate. This is their way to hold us accountable.
And I completely understand that. That it's a $700,000, and I completely understand the CIP and that it's a placeholder. You're putting the funds there, and sometimes it goes over the CIP the amount. Sometimes we end up not spending all the money that's in there, and then that money gets returned to source. Again, to be thrown in at the last minute, and the amount that, especially considering that's all of the money that's been set aside for the general plan. I think staff needs to come back to us with better numbers. I understand that anything that we do has to, if there is going to be, if we're going to approve for the RFP to go out and so forth, that has to come to us. So hopefully we will have been given the information ahead of time, especially since two new council members aren't as familiar with it, or the CIP process, or any of that. So I think we need to pull back a little bit, educate a little bit, and then move forward. And get some better numbers than just throwing the $700,000 out there, because that's how much money we have in set aside. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable if we could get the scope of work. What exactly? Because I'm new. Housing element update. But what exactly? Like, what in Chapter 7 are you going to update? Because, again, the general plan is a big deal. We quote it all the time. So I would like to know exactly what sections in the general plan are going to be impacted by this housing element update. I need to understand the whole kit and caboodle. So, yeah, and the 700,000, I'm not feeling it. Now I'm hearing that we might not have a general plan update when it's scheduled to have a general plan update, but residents count on being part of the general plan update, but now we're not going to have it. We're going to do it offline as a result of the housing element. I'm super confused.
I'm doing it offline.
Well, that's what it sounded like. Someone just said that we wouldn't have the need for the general plan update.
It wouldn't have to occur at that same interval if you don't do it now, is what I was saying.
See, but even that, like, I'm new. I don't even understand. Do we legally have to do it every 10 years? Every 10 years? Like, that's the kind of stuff that we should sit and talk about all of this so that we're all comfortable with it. And at the end, we all might get to that same place. $700,000, that's great. But having that education, I think, is what's key and is what's missing.
So if that's the only holdup with approving the CIP program tonight, we can excise that project and come back with some more information if that would be helpful.
So we can approve everything minus that one project.
You can. But I just want to make a point, though, that regardless of what that number is, it really is just a placeholder, because when we go out to bid and come back to you to award a contract to a consultant, that's when you're going to know the real number and the formal scope of work at that point.
But when you come and ask me for a number, I would hope that you would do research and benchmark what other cities have paid, and that your number is as close to actual as possible. I hope that we're not just, oh, the budget's there, so let's pull it. I hope that's not what we're doing.
Well, benchmark against other cities with different policies, different issues is not as relevant.
But you can look at 10 cities and go, okay, this was the range. We are like this city. I think they updated at the same time we did. Similar, whatever. This is what I think roundabout. I might have to come to you guys for a little bit more money. I might have to come for less, but I did the research.
Yeah, I mean, pick any number you want. Let's put it in the CIP book, and then we'll do the work and come back with the contract and see.
Once you benchmark off other cities, and we feel comfortable with the number.
If I could interject, ABAG MTC has a chart that they put together based on a survey of how much different cities in ABAG's region spend on different types of things, comprehensive general plan updates, housing elements, and they kind of break it down by population size. So they've done some of that survey work, so we certainly can provide that tool to council. I just went through this process in an adjacent jurisdiction, and we budgeted $500,000 just for the housing element and its CEQA. Not a climate action plan, not a safety element update. That city also needed an environmental justice update. That wasn't in that budget. So that was $500,000 just for a general plan, a housing element and its associated CEQA document.
Yeah.
And so we can provide the benchmark information, but again, no money is being spent through this CIP. This is going to be a very council-heavy involved process in terms of what that work plan ends up being and what that budget actually will end up being before we spend a dime of the city's money. But there has been some thought into, it's not pulled out of thin air. We do have the $700,000 that we've collected in fees, but that is probably about right, and we can certainly try and refine it. What is difficult to do at this point is refine what elements of a general plan might be updated in relationship to the housing element, because we just don't know until we start doing the research. But I can provide that benchmark cost detail to council, fairly quickly.
Okay, earlier when I said $700,000 was a lot of money, I think it was Terrence who said, well, yeah, we probably don't need all of that money. So now you're saying that it's more accurate, and so this is why you guys need to come back to us.
Yeah, so I'm saying we don't know the cost, but it's not way off. Hopefully we'll be under, for sure.
And I have a question. So when I look at the general plan, there's already like action steps for our climate. And it looks like, I'm not sure what Councilwoman Meyer was, but for climate, I would just like to do what it says to do in this document. Why are we doing something new when here it says, prepare and adopt a climate action plan. The climate action plan should include the components, the baseline greenhouse, adopt a CHG emission. Like, it seems like the steps are already done. So does the climate action plan have to be part of the general plan, or do we use this and it's just our plan? And that's where, like, all of these questions, because I'm new, I don't know, where I think if we have a workshop, we can sit down and go through this all.
So we have a workshop scheduled with the council and the planning commission June 10th. Why don't we just add this concept to that agenda in addition to what else Alexis will be presenting on land use generally, and add that to give you some more succinct information and give you more comfort level with what we're talking about. So let's just, if you would, if you don't have any other questions about CIP, you can make a motion minus this CIP that needs some more work.
Do we need public comment? I don't know if I need to.
Once you do that process, correct.
We haven't even gotten there yet.
Well, with what the city manager just presented and all of the questions, if it's okay with council, I will go to public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion and how to proceed. So at this time, we will open public comment. Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I think I have 3 hands raised. I will start with Cindy, followed by Rod, and then Carolina Villaseca. Cindy, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Good evening, everyone. This is a clear reflection what we just witnessed for the last half an hour or so. It's a clear reflection how the staff really prepares this agenda packet. Incomplete, sometimes incorrect, half-truth information that's included in 900 pages sometimes, even today. Another proof of this, that the 900 pages cannot be read within 3 days from publication, is that you received 0 public comments, when we know very well Brentwood has a very engaged community, and they are paying attention. However, they don't have time to go through 900 pages. And the reason they want to go through 900 pages is because the trust is not there. And again, it is due to the fact that most of the time there's incomplete, incorrect, and information that cannot be trusted. On top of that, I want to remind, it looks like Mrs. Morris, I've seen her for the first time today, and I've been participating here. This is Brentwood. I don't care what ENEOC did on any of the items that we're looking at. This is Brentwood, and we want a decision for Brentwood. So keep that in mind. I do agree with Councilwoman Rary. $700,000 sounds excessive. When Brentwood hears general plan update, it's a flag. Let's keep that in mind. We need complete explanation and understanding of what that really means. Mr. City Manager, if that information, whatever you presented tonight, was in that packet, word by word, with full, complete context, it wouldn't have raised all these questions. So please keep that in mind for the future. We need full transparency, complete information. People have full-time jobs. They don't have time to put your agenda packets together. So please, help us, help you, and trust you. And then, it does sound, Mrs. Morris, it does sound, for most part, because of incompleteness, incorrectness, and half-truths, that all this information, sometimes it is pulled out of the thin air. So keep that in mind, and I hope to see more information coming up. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod, followed by Carolina. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm trying to understand what's happening. I'm going through the documentation that was provided, the agenda packet. I don't really see where there's any mention of this housing element update. I don't know what's wrong with the housing element. I assume this is just a routine. You have to do it every so many years. We have a housing element. I've seen it. I've referred to it. I think most of you know who I am and what it is I do in this town. I work with the Alliance for a Better Brentwood and with other groups to understand the city and what it's doing. I'm alarmed that this housing element update is just being slid in. It doesn't even, when you look at the agenda, it's talking about the CIP. I know what a CIP is. I know what a housing element is, but I don't understand why we're needing $700,000 to do a routine update to our housing element. We have a perfectly fine housing element. I will tell you that the voters of Brentwood have sent you 3 council members who have pledged to defend the general plan, and 2 more who have at least said they pledged to defend the general plan. And the way that if you ask the average man on the street, and believe me, I have many times, you tell them the city wants to add more houses or more apartments, they go, no. And if you say, but they say they got it, they go, hell no. This is not something that people want. And you can confer with your privileged elite all day long, your leadership roundtable, what you call stakeholders are really just rich people, and maybe the environmental groups, but never the people, never the 70% that voted against Measure L. And you need to understand something very clearly. And I will say this, and I've said it over again, and I will say it now. We sent 3 council members up there to put a stop to the overbuilding, to bring sanity back to this city. And I don't really think, and look, I don't attack city staff. I never do. We have an excellent city staff. The people that work for the city are top notch. I've spoken to many of them. I've worked with them. But the leadership here, I think, is not getting the message. The message has been very clear. It's consistent. It is ongoing, and it's not going away. Not one more house. We give you the general plan. The general plan is the Bible. Not one more house goes into that housing element until we get the jobs here to support them. And if you think that you can do anything different than that, if you think you're going to slide this by us, you need to know we're going to be watching, we're going to be looking, we're going to be commenting, and we will be out in the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina.
Good evening, City Council. Yeah, I also waded through the agenda packet, and when I got to this item, I read the whole thing, and frankly, I didn't understand what the ask was, and I still don't understand what the ask is. After 30 minutes of conversation between all the City Council members, the newer City Council members have had some training. Karen brings a tremendous amount of experience. Heard nothing from the other 2 City Council members. My conclusion is this item needs to be tabled today. And then, like Councilmember Mendoza suggested, a workshop to go through this in a lot more detail. $700,000 is a lot of money, especially considering that in the budget workshop, you decided not to fund the library fully. And that information was in great detail, and the librarian was there to answer all your questions. So I really think this item just needs tabled. Thank you.
There's no additional hands raised.
Okay. Seeing that there are no additional hands raised, we will now...
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'm going to request a motion for a public hearing. Is that
perfect?
Okay.
Thank you.
We will now open this for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, so at this time, if council members have additional questions, comments on the agenda item, if you'll raise your hand, we'll call an order. I know that we have already discussed that we can move the other elements forward and pull this item has been discussed. I'll open it for a conversation, see what we'd like to do as a council.
Well, sorry, I'm on this hand, that hand. And like I said, as soon as we get the information, I understand it better, I'll feel more comfortable. I just don't have the information. But my concern is if we this is a big deal. Like this is a pretty big deal, and I'm gonna have a lot of questions, and I'm gonna need a lot of data when we meet to talk about this, including the RENA numbers, like affordable housing information, all of that kind of stuff that when I'm reading this site on the state says it all goes together, right? Like it's all part of one housing element document. So I don't know if combining the meetings is going to make sense. I'm not sure we're going to have enough time. And I don't want to rush this, so I don't know if we make that meeting just for this and then schedule another meeting. I don't know what you want to do, but I want to say yes, but I just need to understand it. Because I know we legally have to do it. I mean, we are 62.5% through the fifth cycle. So we are like 38% through left to finish this up. So I know there's a sense of urgency, but I just need all of the information, and our residents should have all of the information too. So I just don't think we're going to have enough time to combine those meetings.
Can I ask what meetings you're talking about, Councilmember Mendoza? What two?
We have some workshops. We have one on June 10th and June 30th, I think.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I know I'm new, so I ask a lot of questions y'all probably already know the answers to, but I just think it's important that I'm educated on it. I'm sorry. Or unless you want to meet with me offline, if I'm the only one who needs to know all of this, then maybe it's just, okay. I was going to try to save y'all some time if it was just me.
Sorry, I had to jump in on that one. So, Alexis, can you clarify what the housing meeting was, what the agenda was going to be? I mean, could this just replace it and not be put off?
Sure. So the concept behind these workshops is general information about a specific topic that community development is responsible for, just sort of an educational workshop. So the first was on land use, which is the Land Use 101, the umbrella of everything we do. And the second, on June 30th, was going to be about housing rules and regulations that we and the decision makers have to use. So RENA and housing element is definitely going to be a component of that discussion, as well as other housing laws and that sort of thing. So we were trying to get these out to council as soon as possible, as soon as I got on board, and just trying to find a time where council and planning commission were together was challenging. But so, I mean, we can certainly redo the June 30th topic instead of being housing 101, you know, the bigger conversation, we could focus on the housing element. They're both big discussions. So, you know, I think our goal was to not get into too much detail about one specific item without having that broader background presented to council first. But I will take direction.
Sorry. Can we swap land use and housing so that by the time we have another council meeting, we've already had the housing meeting?
Yeah, that was Tim's original idea, and I guess I messed it up by trying to do land use first, because that was sort of the umbrella guiding the rest of the conversation. You know, it's the basic laws, general plan and zoning and how those work. But yes, we could certainly do that.
And Damien's about to burst.
I just need to remind the council the item before you is a CIP budget, and so these scheduling items staff could work and figure out what order things should go, but probably not the time to discuss it at this point of your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Mendoza.
It was about scheduling, so we'll talk about it later. I'll lower my hand.
Well, with all of this discussion, and again, as previously...
Mayor, I put my hand up really quick, Mayor. Sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you, but so just because I know we're in discussion, so Councilmember Mendoza, so is it not that if it's more the item itself and also the process and learning that's really important, not so much the dollar amount, because if
no, it's the dollar amount. It's the dollar amount too.
It's the dollar amount as well?
I would like to benchmark and see exactly what it should be. I don't want to give a consultant $700,000 and then they charge me $700,000 because that's what consultants do.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I know it was brought up earlier to the council about from Terrence that we could change that dollar amount to, I guess whatever we would like to, and then move forward. But it's more than just that, basically. Okay.
Councilmember Rary.
I'm just going to make one comment and then I'll make a motion. I think some of the problem with this is that the full description on this is general plan and housing element update. This new project of updates, which includes the addition of a climate action plan, as requested by Councilmember Meyer, has been added, totaling $700,000. It doesn't say housing element update with some amendments to the general plan. It says the very first word is general plan and housing element update. So I think that is where the biggest problem is. And with that said, I will make a motion as detailed in the staff report to adopt this item as detailed in the staff report, with the exception of the general plan and housing element update portion of the request.
So you're saying everything but this one item, and we'll come back and vote on this item later?
Yes. This item can come back as an amendment.
Okay, I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we'll move on to item E, business items. Item E1, verbal update from Community Enrichment and East Contra Costa Fire Protection District on weed abatement. And Alexis Morris and Roberta Portillo-Beineman will now present on this item. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor. Hello again, Council. So spring has sprung and weeds are popping up all over the city, so we thought it would be a good time to bring an update on the city and the fire district's weed abatement efforts to the council. Councilmember Meyer requested an update on the Deer Ridge Golf Course area weed and fire abatement activities. Unfortunately, as council knows, we can't comment on ongoing code enforcement activity, so we're going to focus on general weed abatement tonight. We also did, Margaret's going to share some slides just with some information on them. Thank you, Margaret. We did distribute a memo to council earlier today, and it's on the city's website on the community development page with some updates on other issues around the Deer Ridge Golf Course area, a number of fronts that the city is working on. But tonight we have our general weed abatement presentation. Robbie in our community enrichment and the fire marshal is here to present. And if we can have the next slide, and I think Robbie is going to go first.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. So Community Enrichment was asked to partner with East Contra Costa Fire Protection District to complete the annual weed abatement survey. The timing of this comes about at the beginning of fire season. If we can move on to, okay, we've got slide 2 up there. Slide 2 covers the relevant municipal code section related to weed abatement. And as part of this process, I'll explain a little bit of how it rolls out and what's entailed. As you see before you, as I stated, is the relevant code section. The process entails the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District mailing out postcards with their slogan, "Don't wait to abate." Those postcards go out to property owners who have had weeds or other vegetation and debris that needed to be abated from their property in prior years. On that postcard was a compliance date of May 15th, 2021. After that time frame passed, beginning last week, we rolled out our survey process. And what was entailed with that is we had our community enrichment staff going out into the community, conducting inspections, and ensuring the properties within the city limits were in compliance. If we can go through slides 3 and 4, those slides elaborate a bit more on the applicable code sections and relevant exceptions. So for example, on slide 4, you'll see animal pastures, farm, crops and so forth. Those are exceptions to weed abatement. If we have properties that have been identified as having a habitat for endangered or threatened species, for example, burrowing owls, those properties have exceptions for weed abatement. And then if there are parcels that are designated as open space areas, they are permitted to have fire breaks on those properties. And then moving on to slide 5 through 7, I believe it is, we have the minimum weed abatement standards that were established by the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District and that we follow with those inspections that are conducted in the community. So as I stated, the community enrichment staff went out into the community. We conducted our inspections starting last week. Any properties that were out of compliance with the minimum weed abatement standards and with that relevant code section, we then noted that in our inspections and referred those on to the fire district for their fire prevention staff to move forward with their enforcement actions. There were a few exceptions to that. I will tell you that the primary intent of the weed abatement survey is to look at largely undeveloped parcels and parcels that are larger in size. So for example, if we have residential properties that have large acreage, 3-4 acres, that sort of thing, those are the intended properties in that survey. So more of the residential properties where you have your typical lot sizes and those are developed and they've got residential front yard landscaping and so forth. If we do receive reported concerns or if staff observes those properties that have weeds in their front yard, for example, those are addressed by our community enrichment staff as a landscaping violation, and we notify the property owner of the corrections that need to be made. So our going back to the weed abatement standards on those slides 5 through 7, the properties are going to fall in 2 primary categories. You're going to have parcels that are 5 acres or less than 5, in which case they have to have 100% abatement. Thank you, that slide there. And then you have the second category, which is parcels that are greater than 5 acres in size. And those are the parcels in which the property owner can have the fire breaks. And I think at this point, I'll pause and I will defer to the fire marshal to see if he would like to explain in further detail what the enforcement process is by his fire protection bureau.
Yeah, good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and council members and Robbie for the introduction. As Robbie stated, we sent out a little shy of 400 postcards to properties throughout our entire district, not just Brentwood, that are on the annual and recurring list. And through that process, we go out, we do our initial inspection, we identify whether compliance has been met, and then for those properties, we are already ready to move straight into our abatement process, which means we turn over those properties to our abatement contractor. They go out, they mitigate the threat and the risk, and then we go back to place a lien on that property to recoup that cost. We do know, just for everybody's information, that process ends up being significantly higher in cost if the fire district has to go through the entire process. Not only are we paying prevailing wage for the abatement contractor, but there are administrative fees that are associated with each one of those properties that are tacked on to each one that we have to take on. So we highly encourage all property owners to take the abatement process on their own. And as Robbie stated, realistically, due to the nature of everything going on in California this year, our fuel moisture content, they're saying that we're having right now in May is the exact same fuel moisture content that we see in late July and August, which means everything's ready to burn at a moment's notice. So we did move up that time frame. Usually we have a June 1st deadline. We did move it up in relation to the lack of water, the lack of rain, the lack of fuel moisture, all the way up to May 15th of this year. So any property owner that has been working with the districts, communicating with the district, the goal is to educate and inform and teach them to be able to manage their properties on their own. And so there's many different examples, and some of you who live in the city of Brentwood have seen some of those examples kind of occurring right now. We work with all those property owners, and we go evaluate based off of their mitigation efforts. And if they need to readdress something, we'll teach them about what they need to readdress and make sure that we can get that process done. The goal is, of course, is always have it done as early as possible, with the main goal of trying to alleviate any of those threats definitely by July the 4th. So it's a very aggressive timetable for both the property owners who have to abate, our abatement contractors, our inspection staff to be able to get through all these different properties and go through the proper notifications that we have to complete. And then I am happy to say, as of last year, with our aggressive efforts that we did make, we responded to a number of different fires. However, most of these fires tended to be very small in nature and didn't really grow within size anywhere within the district. Of course, we have our prime example, the lightning complex, that is our anomaly. But that's kind of a summary of our abatement process, what we're doing and where we're at, and I welcome any questions.
Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Chief O'Bear, for your work.
Susanna's hand's been up.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up. Here we go. Councilmember Meyer.
We do not live in a perfect world using Zoom for this. Once we're in person. Thank you, Chief O'Bear. Appreciate that. As far as the enforcement of this, I'm guessing this works. You work with whatever city the problem is existing in, and then talk with code enforcement at that point in order for that to be resolved, or how does that work?
No, so the process is kind of twofold. And we work with whatever respective city or county agency, and it really depends on the property. So for a single-family or residential property, we can address stuff that's within public view, but county code enforcement can act, or city code enforcement can actually go further, deeper onto the property than what we're able to. So usually they will work with those single-family residential properties if there's complaints, if there's risk, if it's associated work that needs to be done. And then we'll back them up, of course, with what we can when it comes to the fire code violations. Once we worked with the community development and they've gone out, they did all their initial inspections, they're providing us those reports if there are still properties that need to be mitigated. We take it on from there. If it's a brand new property, we follow up, we start doing the formal notification processes. And then if they're on the annual recurring, we'll take them immediately and go straight for abatement. You're on mute. There you go.
Apply for non-residential?
Pardon?
Would the same process apply for non-residential, like commercial, privately owned thing? Okay.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah, we're not very picky. We just want all the weeds taken away. So.
Member Rary?
I'm sorry, how early do you send those notices out? I know you had an earlier deadline to abate them this year, but even during the winter time, residents are saying, why aren't they out there whacking down the weeds? and, on like the golf course property or other areas of town. So how soon do you send it out, and is it a 30-day to abate?
So typically, Councilmember Rary, it's one of those fine line kind of dances that we have to do. We send out our notifications mid to early April for all the properties that are on our annual recurring. But it is one of those happy mediums that I can't have and I can't expect someone to go out and go cut down the green grass or the tall weeds and stuff like that in the middle of, let's say, wintertime. It's prohibitive against, equipment being able to get out there effectively. They usually sink in the mud. It produces other different problems. And so that's where we really try to time it out and look at where that fuel moisture content is really balancing out at. And when we start seeing that, the rains are stopping for the rest of the season, then that's kind of where we start timing out, okay, now we're going to set the date for abatement has to be completed, and we move appropriately from that point.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I don't see any further hands raised at this time. So at this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn it to Margaret.
Sorry, just switching screens there. I received 0 written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll call upon Carolina Villaseca first.
Good evening. Actually, I just have a quick question. Does the fire district use the goats for the weed abatement? I love driving by anywhere where there's weeds, where there's the goats. We usually pull over, park in a safe spot, get out with the kids, and the kids start naming the goats, and we have a lot of fun with that. So the rest of it I understand, and it was very clear. I just want to know if you guys use the goats. Thank you.
I have no
Mayor
additional...
Brian, I'm more than happy to answer that question if you'd like me to.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay. Thank you, Margaret. At this time, we will close public comments, and I'll turn it to Chief Aubert to answer the goat question.
Thank you, Mayor. We would actually love to be able to use the goats, and in a perfect world, that would be a great idea. I like being as much as I can environmentally, sound when it comes to the work that we have to do. Unfortunately, there's a couple things that go into the pathway of not being able to use those effectively, which is one, they actually cost twice as expensive as a regular abatement contract. And also there's timing wise as well. When we get to the point where we're looking for abatement to be completed, we're talking a very short time frame. And as we all well know, there are some people out there that are not helping out with shooting off fireworks already throughout the city and throughout the district. So time is kind of the essence, and we would love to be able to use those. It's just not effective for us to meet our timeline.
Thank you very much for that. Is there any more council discussion on this item? There's no council action required, so I don't need a vote for the end of the discussion. Thank you again, Chief Aubert. We greatly appreciate all the work you do keeping us safe. And there's so much I want to say right now about the fireworks you just mentioned, but it's not on our agenda, so we'll move on. But thank you very much for your help. We'll move into item F, request for future agenda items. And if there's any council members that have a request, if you could raise your hand. And Councilmember Mendoza.
I'm not sure if this is an agenda item or if it's something else, but it keeps coming up in conversation. So I think we're going to, and I know Jamie and Terrence tried to touch on it tonight. We need to understand the portion in the zoning update that does away with midpoint or doesn't do away with midpoint. And because here's my concern is that we're spending all of this money on this consultant. And if it gets to the point where there's no midpoint, I know I feel uncomfortable with that. And I heard Councilperson Rary say the same thing. So I'd like to figure out what exactly is going on, and we might need to give the consultant updated instructions based on how this council feels. Because the worst thing would happen is we do all this zoning update, we get to it, and then we're like, nope, voting it down. That would be the worst, because then I feel like we're kind of back to the housing element, like we're voting things down when we probably, if we had more information front-loaded, we probably could make more educated decisions. So I need someone to explain all of that information on the densities and the midpoints, comparing the charts in the general land use today versus the zoning update we got the other day. So how do we do that?
Kim, I'll turn that to you to see if that's something that we can add to our next, the June meeting on those topics, or if we need that to be a future agenda item.
Yeah, I think there are some misunderstandings, so staff would be glad to meet with you, Councilmember Mendoza, offline and work through those. If you'd like it to be a full council discussion, we are planning to come back at some point with the product, and if you want an early intervention in that, we'll see how far along the product is ready to share. But I think I can assure you we're not increasing the density, but we can talk about more of that offline if that would be helpful.
If I'm the only one who's wondering, then yeah, but if other people are wondering, then...
No, I'm wondering too.
We can get a memo to the whole council then, unless you'd like it on the agenda.
I'd like for residents, I mean, you know what, let's put it on the agenda, because this is going to come up with residents. We know it is, so let's just take the Band-Aid off and let's see what's under it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
That was a great analogy. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help but laugh. That's great. Are there any other future agenda item requests? I don't see any further hands. Okay, so at this time then, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Before we do that, if we can close in memory of all of those vets who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilperson Rary. We do have the first motion.
Second.
And second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
With that, we are adjourned. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.